All right. So we're back rolling again. Understanding comes by revelation. Exactly. Precisely. Go ahead, ask, sister. Feel free to ask.
So yeah, I was looking at the calendar and for, let's see, let me pull it back up for month, 6, um, for the 22nd through, well, the 23rd through the 28th for the wood offering. I'm going to go through the verses again, but how do we differentiate with like the wood offering? And then it was talking about the people who brought in the wood. They cut it down. They made their food with it. They heated themselves, and then they also like bowed down and worshipped it when they were finished with whatever was left of their wood. With that, and then seeing how easily the children of Israel got into it, since there's I'm sorry, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 6 days for the wood offering. Is there any other like support for that? This is the first time I've ever seen though I've read Nehemiah, like a lot of things are now starting to pop out about the wood offering that the children of Israel also, you see in scripture where they started sacrificing and bowing down to it, where this was kind of seems like a fine line.
Well, yeah. And so the wood offering, it kind of speaks about it a little bit in Jubilees. And it talks about there's certain kinds of wood that's acceptable, and there's wood that's not acceptable. And it was wood to be like burned on the altar, things like that. So I think Ken had a wood offering we can't do because we don't have, like a physical temple.
Right.
But we still kind of observe it as like more of a memorial. So there's really not too much special, or not anything special to do during this festival anymore, at least, as we don't have a physical temple. And yeah, we don't know which tribe we are either. So it was the Levites that had to do these things. So it's more of just of a memorial type festival. Yeah, blow the shofar. There we go.
Okay.
But yeah, Nehemiah and Jubilees talk about it, and Jubilees talks about the other uh, first fruit festivals as well, the 4 different ones. Yeah, blow the shofar at the head of the months. Yeah, exactly. The Ha Hodesh. Yeah, Ken knows a lot about each festival. He's definitely took his time to study out each one.
Is Ken's document saved somewhere? I know that he's shared before about them that maybe she could look at. I don't know if it's somewhere or not.
Do you have a document, Ken? Okay, you can. Uh, the My Documents tab. Well, Jeremy's Documents tab. Okay, yeah, no, I saw it there. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, there we go. Thank you there, brother. Yeah, I just put it in the other group there as well. Yeah, very simple and basic. Exactly. Yahuah is not the author of confusion. So simple and basic, it's hard for some to understand.
Right. It's because they want things to be more complicated than they need to be.
Yeah, exactly.
So, well, I could, because I have to feed my children in a few minutes. Let me try to do this visual thing real quick. And I'm really hoping, I mean, I don't know if Jackson Snyder is going to have us on again, but, you know, to get that on his channel, that would have been really, really good. But then again, also on TikTok, or Telegram, it's really hard for me to do this because it gets blurry. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to point to it.
Are you able to make like just a separate video recording of it and then like not right now or anything, but
Yeah, no, I'll make yeah, that's what we'll do. All right, I'll make a video of it on TikTok. I mean, it's on my pinned post. That one? That
you
one
have a
goes,
video?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, share it in the chat.
I can't. I tried sharing it in the chat. I tried to share all those Satan's Little Season, not Little Season videos, but Messiah pretty much being boss. All those little clips that you uploaded today.
Oh yeah,
And I tried to send that into the chat, and I couldn't.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I got it sent in the other group.
I tried to send it in the other group too. I couldn't get it in. Nope. Wouldn't push through.
Good thing I got it in there. Yeah, no, I think it'd be yeah, just do a quick video on your camera and then upload it to TikTok or however you want to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Yeah, because I don't know when it's going to be, you know, I don't know when it gets blurry and all that jazz. So, yeah, it's better off. It's better off this way. If I just do a video and you could play it. Yeah. That's
Oh, cool.
sorry,
Thanks
my
for
car's
sharing.
on. Okay.
No worries.
I had to move it. I had to move my car. Okay.
Well, that's a cool picture you showed there, Sarah, of what we were talking about there in Acts 29.
So I missed the part about Acts 29. What
Oh, it was about Paul's mission was to the Israelites, and the Israelite brethren, the northern 10 tribes, and that's why he was always traveling to Asia Minor and Europe. And we got talking about Acts 29, where he talks about going to Spain and France and the British Isles to preach to the brethren, and they heartily accepted him. Of course, Acts 29 is missing in most Bibles, but it's, interestingly enough, it's in the Sefer. And Ken was making a comment about the travels of Paul and Joseph of Arimathea. So I was looking up, you know, the map, and in Acts 29, it said something about Paul traveling from Spain and then Amorica, getting a ship, and we were thinking, well, what's Amorica? I don't know. We were thinking maybe it was related to America, or maybe it's America, France. But that's why I posted that. I just found that interesting.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that word or the name of the place, Amorica, it's like, awfully close to America, huh?
Yeah. And there are a lot of people who think that America might have been the original promised land, and if they saw that verse, they might think, well, that proves it. I don't know. I don't
Yeah, no,
know.
I used to go down that rabbit hole myself, but when you really start studying out the Dead Sea Scrolls and all the history about things, you see
Well,
that's kind of a distraction. But that's not to say
well,
that that's where the 10 tribes went
yeah,
as well, because we see
yeah,
that,
exactly.
yeah,
Well, he said he would take them to a new land where they wouldn't be harassed by the Canaanites. He would take them to the north and to the west, so that would be Europe and America. So America was probably the new promised land. Not
yeah.
necessarily the original one, but maybe the new.
And I also read somewhere a long time ago that, that's how Solomon got so much copper and stuff, because here in the U.S., it's copper rich. Not really too many places anywhere else has as much copper as we do here.
Hmm.
And so I heard, he was sending ships here to the Americas
Yeah.
to get the
And,
copper, and that's how like
and it's
some of the
not,
native tribes.
huh,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, I didn't know that. But, the continents, there's a lot of speculation that the continents were much closer together as well.
Well, I think that has to do with the land, or not the land, the oceans rising, because the all of the great deeps weren't shut up, after all the rain, because before Noah's flood, it didn't rain because the land was watered by that dew or the mist. And
So,
actually, if you go into the rainforest, the trees literally make it rain. Like it'll be
wow,
a sunny day and it's raining in the rainforest.
wow.
It's because of the plants.
So you don't think those oceans
I don't think,
probably weren't there originally?
yeah, I don't think they existed like we know them as today. Like I
Probably.
think
Huh.
they were much smaller, and land was easier, like to get from the east to the west. You just had to take like a small boat across a river.
Hmm.
Like, don't get me
Well,
wrong, of course they had large seas and things like that,
yeah.
because we see it described, just not the size that we see the oceans are today. That's my
Huh.
thoughts anyway.
Well, that very well could be true. Wouldn't surprise me.
Because all throughout scriptures we see, land rising or sinking, or waters rising and sinking. We don't see land like moving around really. It just rises and sinks with the water. So I think that's what happened. Some places sunk, some places rose up, and that's how we get what we have today, especially after the flood.
Well, that could explain why there's so many underwater structures and
Oh
cities.
yeah, yeah, exactly. There's a lot
You
of
know,
them too.
um, I think it was Madeline in Leaving Babylon. She even said that there was actually a brick road under the ocean that went towards the north.
Yeah. There is actually there
I mean,
there's
I'd love to
there's
know more about that. I don't really know anything about it, but it would be really
no, I
interesting.
heard that a long time ago, because I was interested in like what's in the deep sea because that's when I first learned. I was learning of the mud floods and things like that. That's when I learned there were cities and statues and all kinds of stuff covered by the ocean. And it's like, well, that's proof that the oceans weren't as high as they are today back then. Because who's going to go and build an entire city under the ocean? And then that's where I heard that road. Yeah, a brick road under the ocean.
That would be amazing. Maybe that was the road to follow to get to Sukkot.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Hey, the scripture says that they were required to go to the city for Sukkot. What city was that? Was that the New Jerusalem, which we know comes down after the Great White Throne Judgment, but is that the same city that was here during the millennial reign?
Yeah, exactly. Because it's a floating city. That's what it is. It doesn't have a permanent place until heaven and earth are remade after Judgment Day. Then it's going to
That's
sit.
why it's a floating city, because it's not here permanently yet.
Yeah, not yet. It will be. And that's because of the sin. You can't have the set apart holy city in a land or earth that's defiled with sin.
That makes sense.
So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff, and yeah, the Leaving Babylon sister, she has very interesting information.
Yeah, she just was with a new one with talking about core, and I forget the way that she was kind of going over it, but that it could be talking about Korea. That one. Oh, she's so good. She's so good.
And yeah, I was watching some of those fig tree generation videos this morning too.
Oh, yeah.
They're pretty good because they actually have scripture as a foundation. They say a lot of the same stuff we do, actually.
Yeah,
cool.
but the thing about them is they looked at the Zadok calendar, and then they got off of it because they said they missed sighting the moon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the sad part.
That was their reason. I was just like, no.
Pretty amazing. You can do something, but if you don't know that the Father's leading you to do it, then you go off somewhere else.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get in touch with them, and I will. I will. I have to get back and plug in my email and say just let's set up a chat, because I could see where they would get like confused with all the Zadok calendars, especially now Gina Sparks, the priestly cycle, moon stuff, Robert Villa, and everyone, all these Zadok groups doing it different, and then the intercalation because they moved the equinox sign. I could see where they could be turned off to it. But to go back to the moon,
Yeah, because we obviously know that the moon is guiding the harvest and the planting of gardens, and being that the sacred calendar revolves around the harvest and planting of our crops, because that's what they all are. It's all agricultural based. So
right.
the moon,
well, she's the nurturer.
Yeah. Interweaves in with the sacred calendar, even though it's another 4 days short, 5 days short, 6 days short, something like that.
You're saying the agricultural calendar weaves into Yah's calendar?
Well, yeah, because all of the feast days are all agricultural based anyway, so the moon has to play some sort of a factor, but to follow the moon is against Torah. But the moon does play a factor in with the sacred calendar because the moon is for planting and harvesting and transplanting, all of said such. And all of our feasts are harvest related.
True.
So, so they got a place called Sandwich Bay, huh? Sorry, I was reading Ken's comment there.
He's so smart.
And yeah. So the festivals are connected to the harvest and what seasons, but they're determined by the solar cycle. Like the moon is, for planting, harvesting, things like that. Sister Germaine actually uses the moon to do her planting and harvesting, which is pretty awesome.
I've been doing it too. It works out really great.
Yeah.
I have been
We,
having an abundance of crops.
hmm It's just that the people, they don't want to get off of using it improperly. So they want to use it as a determining factor of things. And it's not a determining factor, it's just like the witness. Yeah, interesting. Sandwich Bay.
I would think
Y-
of all of that.
I know that there's probably a better connection with the moon than we know.
Well,
I just,
so that's what Marissa was finding, and so the moon, Josh, it's not determining the season, but it's got a witness to it. So basically, so when it's a full moon, no matter, if it's during the day, night, whatever, the full moon is actually when it's going to be directly opposite of the sun. And when it's fully dark, it's going to be when it's closest to the sun, meaning in its cycle or its circuit that it's running. So when it's a full moon, we get a full moon every month, basically. So it's going to happen every month. Now it's not going to happen, like for example, it's not going to happen the 15th of every single month, and the year after, it's not going to fall on, like if it falls on the 15th, it's not going to fall on the 15th again, same year after. But it is going to happen in between days 1 and 30 of the solar month. You're going to see the full moon, and the constellation or the Mazzaroth sign behind that full moon. It's not only going to tell you which month, but also what season as well, because there's certain signs for what season of the year you're going to be in. So that's what our sister Marissa has found, and then that's going to be its witness for like the month and the seasons, which Psalm 104:19, that's what it's speaking about. And then it's also going to be for agricultural reasons as well. And shalom and good night to you there, Brother Ken. I know it's probably getting late in the UK there. Yes, thank you for everything that you do, brother. Yeah, Ken has a lot of insight as well, so
Yeah, thanks, Ken.
Let me see if I think I have a video of just Marissa's presentation. Let me see. Let me try and find it here so I can share it in the chat. And I know actually last week's discussion we were going over it as well. It was towards the end of the first part and the beginning of the second part because we had to. It's when the recording was ending. It was halfway through Marissa's presentation. But here's a link. So I have one. Yeah, there's Marissa. Yeah, if you want to explain that a little bit, Marissa, you don't have to go into detail, but just kind of a brief summary.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so the moon is not going to determine where like any particular pinpointed day that we're at in the solar cycle. So like the sighted moon people will say, well, on a new moon that marks or determines the new month, for example. But it doesn't do that. What it does do is that when you see the full moon in the sky, it is a witness for what solar month we're in, because that full moon will be opposite of the sun. And so it doesn't mean, well, that means we're on the 15th day of the solar month. No, it's going to be whenever whenever it is in the solar month, it's going to be the opposite of the sun when it's full. So it could be the 5th day of the solar month, or it could be the 25th day of the solar month. But that constellation will be opposite of the one that the sun is currently in. So that's one way of knowing what solar month we're in when we actually look up at the sky and we see that. That's why I say it's a witness, not a determiner, because if it were a determiner, then that would mean that we could follow exactly what it's doing to know exactly which day we're on, but we can't.
What do you mean by solar month?
And so the
So
summer month, the 1 through
yeah,
30.
the solar month.
And real
Go
quick,
ahead, Jeremy. That's all I got. I'm like, yeah, the solar month is the
yeah,
solar month.
it's the months.
month.
So yeah, Jubilees. Actually, the word that they again mistranslate as new moon there is Ha Hodesh, the same word that they mistranslate to new moon in our scriptures. And if you go into Strong's Concordance, you will see 19 occurrences of it, specifically spelled as Ha Hodesh, which is meaning new month or head of month. And it's that same word that's used there in Jubilees that they also mistranslate to new moon, which is actually talking about the head of the first month and the head of the fourth month. It's because those are the 4 Noah days, the ordained Noah days, that also the Dead Sea Scrolls describe, and those are the Tekufas. So the Tekufas are like the solstices and equinoxes, but it's also going to be these 4 heads of the 4 seasonal months. And all these months start on day 4 of the week, each season. Yeah, my article, it's in chapter 2, in Is Moon Sighting Biblical? I go over Kodesh, because they try to connect it etymologically with Yarak, meaning moon, and there is no connection there. So the Hebrew word for new would be cha, and so chodesh means month. So when we see cha chodesh, speaking about the new month. So in that same context, we don't see ha yarak in there, which is the literal translation of new moon in Hebrew. You won't find once ha yarak in scriptures, not anywhere. You can do a word search of it. You're not going to find it in the Strongs, in the lexicon, none of that. But you will find ha hodesh. And that's the one you're going to see where they mostly mistranslate it as new moon to hide the fact of these 4 Noah days in Jubilee 6. That very verse you're talking about. Which ironically they also mistranslate into new moon. So even I was kind of deceived about that in the beginning. Because I was like, oh yeah, look, it says the new moons are for the seasons here in Jubilees. But when you actually look into it and you look at the word and what word is used there, then you start to see, oh, that's not a new moon. Because, new moon means like a sliver or something like that. Citing these slivers, that actually comes from Babylon. And the sign we're supposed to look for is when the moon is full. And it's going to be basically opposite the sun, like Marissa was saying. And then that constellation behind it is going to, determine the month and the season. Because each constellation is in a different month and season. Yeah, no problem. And there's a lot of verses. And specifically, they're talking about how the sun and the stars are going to determine the year. Mostly the sun. The stars are more like the witness, but they're more of a witness to the year than the moon is. The moon is, like, as we were describing, it's just the witness and for the crops. And I think that's what turns a lot of people off from Zadok too, is because there's a lot of Zadok calendars where they say, oh, we don't use the moon. It's worthless. We just toss it out. Well, that's not the case either, because obviously it's there for a reason. So it has to have some reason. It's not there for nothing. And yeah, we don't have all the answers, especially about the moon. We're really still trying to figure the moon out exactly, but from what we have found so far, this is what's fitting. So what we don't know is like, how is it determining or gonna not determine, but witness to it, what year of the Jubilee year we're in, things like that. I know Marissa's been diligently working on that.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that one out, how it could be used as a marker for like longer lengths of time periods, like the 7-year Jubilee cycles, and then the 49-year cycles. That's my suspicion as to what the moon can be used for. But the moon does not always make a 6-year cycle, as some would like to believe. It doesn't do the same thing every 3 years. So, like, it's a common misconception at this point that, like, if the moon fell on the equinox this year, that in 3 years' time it'll do the same thing. It will have a 6-year cycle, but then it'll have a 5-year cycle, and then it'll have a 6-year cycle, and so there's nothing perpetual about it. Oftentimes, though, the full moon does fall on the equinox every 11 years. So that's how you'll see like the 6 and the 5, and then a 6 and a 5. Um, so that doesn't really line up with the priestly courses, because if the priestly courses were determined by the moon would make the same pattern and do 6 years, 6 years, 6 years, but it doesn't do that. So we can't like rely on linking the moon with the priestly courses like that. Those were authors' insertions in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that. So it's really Giza Vermes and Michael Wise. They add these certain moon phases in what's called the Mishmarot, or the priestly cycles. And so Giza Vermes, he has in there, uh, from evening to morning, it's this full moon that you're going to see on the equinox, and it's going to be day 4. But when you look at it, it's not talking about the moon in there at all. Well, one, because evening to morning, so there's times when the moon is out during the day, so it's not always going to be out from evening to morning. But what we discovered is, I think it's Jubilees chapter 12, verse 14, or 14:12. One of those two. I had to double check, but it's talking about Abraham, just at the head of the month of month 7. He's sitting up from evening to morning to look at the stars. And that goes right along with Enoch, these four heads of the thousands that come in at each
Right.
of the different months. That's what Abraham was looking for. And then the rest of the stars, which is actually going to be found in they call it the horoscope scroll, but it has nothing to do with what we think are horoscopes. They just put that term on there to scare people away. But what it does say is like the stars are going to determine, what the weather will be like for the next season. So is it going to be rainy? Is it going to be dry? Things like that. And that's exactly what Abraham is doing in that same verse as well. So he's looking at one of the leaders of the thousands coming in for the head of the 7th month. And then he's checking out, well, the stars are going to determine, the weather as well. And then he goes on to say, well, Yahuah is actually ultimately in control of all this. So why am I even bothered? But it's just really, it's a really amazing connection. And it shows, it's 4Q320 that they try to say that has all these moon phases in, when it's not talking about the moon, it's talking about the stars.
Yeah, it's phrased the same way.
Yeah, literally the exact same phrase.
Yep. And then that just goes with that verse in Enoch, the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly.
And that's another one a lot of translations mistranslate, because there's a lot that are gonna. So it's Enoch 74:12. It may be different depending on these other translations, but so it's talking about how the sun and the stars are bringing in the year exactly. There's some translations like the Sefer, they take out sun and stars and they falsely insert moon there. But a real big key is literally the next sentence right after that, where it has plural they, which is speaking about the sun and the stars, so that they will not advance or delay their positions. So it's speaking about they as in the sun and the stars. So when they falsely insert moon, it's only the singular word moon there, but they still have the word they. And
It's so
position.
amazing. If anybody watched the moon for any length of time, they'd know that statement just plain isn't true.
Yeah, exactly. And literally all the verses around that, he says how the moon is off by 10 days and even runs its own course. So he's going to say all that and then say, oh, well, it does bring in the year, though. No. And
Sometimes I really wonder if people think.
yeah, me as well. Because honestly, it's like common sense, you would think.
No, but I think people just get very like enthralled by the moon. And they can't let that go.
Yeah.
Well, and our programming with authority figures. Check your brain in at the door. Whatever the teacher says is so. Write down the answers. Get your grades.
Like, well,
And we've
look,
been
the
so
Jews are
trained
over
that
there.
way.
Yeah. The Jews do it, so they must have it right.
Uh-huh. That is such a trap. I just keep telling people, I'm like, the Jews have their Sabbath and the Christians have their, worship day. Just they're just two ditches. You just got to find the straight and narrow because, people are so indoctrinated and they think that they hold the authority, and it's like the abominations that they do is unreal. We can't be in that camp.
Yeah,
So
and
I
that's
just
why I'm
think,
like,
it's so important for us to talk about this now,
yeah, and that's the whole deception that they themselves have gotten everybody else to think. And we can't get into a whole lot of detail about that because, they really don't like that kind of talk. But in our other group there's a tab called the Synagogue of Hasatan. I would recommend honestly watching every single video in there. And you don't have to watch it all at once or watch them all the same day, whatever. But if you want to know who those people truly are, those videos, walk it step by step through all the details and scriptures. They're very important for understanding who those people really are. And they're not Yah's chosen at all. Trust me. And that's what I was about to say is, they have the wrong calendar. They don't even follow his laws. They're following the Talmud, the Mishnah, all these rabbinical writings. They don't do anything properly. They reject the Messiah, they reject his word, but yet people are going to think, oh no, well, we should follow them. They got this right. No, they don't have anything right. They're literally the descendants of the usurpers that we read about at the beginning of this presentation, or fellowship, I should say. The very ones who killed the true priests and murdered them, all because they didn't want to follow a moon calendar. A lot of people, they're like, oh, well, all these nations and countries in history, they all followed this moon calendar, so that must mean it's right. No, that's just Satan's way of twisting what Yahuah created to make it fit. And if you notice, even further back in history, they were actually following, solar calendars because the sun was determining these things. How do you think Babylon got the idea of, floating their weeks determined by whatever phase or sliver moon? It's because the divider day was already there. And that's the thing people have forgotten today is the divider day today. Well, yes, there is no zero in Hebrew, but there is a word for nothing or emptiness, which is what zero is. So nothing or emptiness, this is this day of nothing or emptiness that we are not counting in the counting of days. It's the day that's added after the last Sabbath of the year. That's exactly what we read in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The reason why is, 0 numerically is a number. So, for example, if we have the number 1.01, you cannot have the 0.01 without that 0. So while the 0 has no value, it's a placeholder. That's how you get the 0.01, because it's holding the place to have that tenth of a 1, or however it's called. Same thing with the divider day. It's not a 0, it's more of a placeholder. We just call it 0 day because, that's how we learn to count today in modern society, actually. So when you're learning in school, you actually learn to count starting from 0 going to 9. In computer programming, things like that, they say the most efficient way to start counting is from 0. But meanwhile, we have everybody around us in the calendar saying, oh, you can't have 0. There is no 0 in Hebrew. How is that possible? It's so simple, like we were talking about earlier, that they think it has to be more complicated than that. And it's really not. It's just so simple. And then so many scriptures and verses to back it up and verify it. The signs in the heaven themselves. Even historical dates, like we went over. So there was an earthquake. It was 33 AD. April 3rd, 33 AD. There was an earthquake and a blood moon that same day. Well, those are the exact things that happened the day Messiah was crucified. And you know what April 3rd is? It's the 15th day of the first month, or the first day of unleavened bread, every single year. That in itself was like confirmation, huge confirmation to me. Because if you read the account in all the Gospels of the death, burial, and resurrection, you're going to see Messiah observe Passover the day before he was crucified. It's because he was observing Passover that night, which was the 14th of the first month, on day 3 of the week. Then on day 4 of the week, which is actually the high Sabbath of unleavened bread, which was the same day Abraham went to go sacrifice Isaac, and that male lamb, or the ram, was caught in the bush and was sacrificed instead. That's going to be Jubilees 17 and 18. So not only was Messiah, that ram that was caught in the bush that was sacrificed, he was also, the Asham sin offering, which is the only offering that we find that required a male lamb. And I actually have an article about it as well, if you haven't seen it. Let me grab it for you guys. So this one, it's another write-up that I did. I was going to add it in my first one, but it's just, there's so much in it. It had to be its own separate write-up.
Yeah,
But
but now figured out the links that could be put in there.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
I was just thinking about that too.
Yeah. Or if you could, kind of sum it up. But, eventually maybe we'll figure out how to make tabs, up at the top. And then, have different tabs. Or whatever,
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's my article, and it's going to be for the death, burial, and resurrection of Messiah. And it's going to prove he was following and observing the Zadok calendar. And this only fits on the Zadok calendar. not going to fit in on any other method or any other way. But it goes into depth and detail, and I describe, because, everyone wants to say, well, Messiah was the Passover lamb. Messiah was the Passover lamb. Well, technically, the only place that Messiah is referred to as the Passover lamb is actually in Paul's writings. And that's when he's comparing him to the Passover lamb, because his blood is covering our sin. So the Passover lamb, I go into detail about it in the article, but the Passover lamb, it was not any kind of offering. Its blood isn't what covered the sins. Its blood was just a sign to show who was following Yahuah. So if you obeyed his command to put that blood on your doorpost, that showed you were following Yahuah. It wasn't a covering for your sin, but Paul is using it as a, like, hey, look, like how the Passover lamb's blood covered the doorpost. Messiah's blood is going to cover our sin. Tabs for each subject. Yeah. Well, I was gonna add, because now that I figured out how to basically put those links in there, I was gonna put at the end of each one a link to the source, and then an option to go back to the top. So like when you're done reading that chapter, you can like go to the sources. And then once you're in the sources, there'll be another thing in there where you can go all the way back to the top. That way you don't have to sit there and scroll through everything to try and go back to the top if you want. It's taken me a while to try and figure this stuff out, because I'm not very tech savvy. Like I didn't even know what it was called to be able to do something like that. So that was hard for me to look it up, because I didn't even know what it was called. And then finally one of the videos popped up, and it's called a jump link, I think is what it's called. So I was like, oh, well, that definitely helps. Now I can look up exactly how to do this. And I did that, and bam. So yeah, if you ever create your own website and you have something long like that, and you have like headers, or you want to be able to just click something and it'll jump down there, it's called the jump link. It's basically like an internal link for like whatever web page. It's just an HTML anchor to another area in that same page. I'm probably getting way too technical. And yeah, I was thinking about doing a reading of that right up here as well. And I am doing a reading of my write-up. I have the first chapter up on my YouTube right now. I'll be working on all the rest of them. But it's no longer 14 chapters, but 15, because I'm also adding Marissa's presentation in there. And I gave her all credit. I also use a little bit of information from yours as well, Ellie, which of course, gave you credit for. Some of what you said, Ken, which I gave you credit for. So really just a compilation of what we've discovered together in this group. So I added chapter 15, which is called The Witness of the Stars. And it's Marissa's whole presentation she's got there. A good thing she sent it to me in a PDF, so I can just pretty much copy and paste it. Of course, making little edits here and there or additions. Yeah, feel free to check it out. I'm not done with chapter 15 yet. I've only gotten to the part where it's talking about, because there's a whole lot in there, but I got to the part speaking about month one, the witness of the stars. And I still got the rest of the months because I have to go and search through and find the files of these pictures on my computer and then put them in there on the right order. And actually, I have to resize the pictures and remake them because I tried using just the screenshots themselves and it was so huge. Like, there was no way you'd have to you'd have to zoom way out to even see it normally. So I shrunk it down so you can easily see these star pictures. Sorry, I'm probably babbling on too much, but just doing a lot of stuff to these articles just to make sure they're right.
I do have one question though.
Yeah.
So you account for one day with the first day outside of time, but we all know that it's a day and a quarter, or 1.20 something, give or take, every year, which is why there's that appearance of the extra day every 4 years when there really isn't. So what I'm asking is, how do you guys take into account the extra quarter of a day every year up until you get the full day rotation?
So we're actually working on that now. It's something we're going to have to experience. But what we're seeing, so it's always just this day and a quarter every single year. And so that's actually going to it's going to move that, what they would call like a dateline. It would basically vary depending on the Takufa. So how it would vary on the Gregorian week, but not the Gregorian month date. It's like that same kind of context. So what we're seeing, Marissa could probably explain it a lot better because she's the one that actually found this information out. But what she's seeing is it's just a single divider day every year. And there really is no second one every fourth year like we would think. And it's because the Gregorian is, forcing it in there. So we're still trying to determine that exactly. But we are highly suspecting and we're seeing that it's really just a single divider day every year. Always. And even because no matter what, we're seeing the equinox is falling on March 20th. And, Aaron Ryan, Alan Pisarak, many others, they've been tracking it well over like a decade. Even the U.S. Naval Tracker site, it's been saying, the equinox has been on March 20th constantly for quite some time, each and every year.
Isn't that because they add the extra day every,
Yeah.
the multiples of 4 and everything?
Yeah, they do their, what is it, the 29th day in February every 4 years.
Right.
Which is
So if we're
actually only
comparing it to their calendar, we don't really have to account
precisely.
for it. But if we're just doing it and observing it ourselves, the Father would have to show us exactly how to go about it, correct?
Yeah, correct. And that's what we're looking for, because we know that the leap year just happened and such. I think it was last year or something. So we're still looking for that and to see exactly what happens and what's going on there. But we're seeing that it could be just this one single divider day every single year. And that's just because that's just the way Yahuah works. That's about all I could say. And Well, it's really because of Gregorian, because they say there's 24 hours in each day, and that's not exactly accurate. There's actually just under 24 hours in a day. So if you take that into account, the days in the Gregorian count are actually falling short. So that's why they would have to add like that extra day, because their days are falling short. Whereas if we go by the Enoch time, 18 parts in a day, that's more accurate. And the days won't fall short, so we won't have to add like an extra day every fourth year, which is perpetually goes as it should. I was hoping Marissa would be here to help explain that, but she's no longer in here. But she
I
would probably have more information about that, honestly. Oh,
I
go ahead,
called
Katrina.
her. Yeah, she does explain it really, really good, Sean. Um, I called her. I just don't think she's by her phone.
Oh, it's all good. I just wanted to see where you guys were at with it because I'm still in the process of figuring out that extra quarter day as well.
It would have
But
made sense that it accrues after 4 years, but we have to see it. We have to see it work its way that way. And then, of course, the Gregorian definitely adds in a day.
oh yeah, the Gregorian is definitely an illusion in this whole thing, but that extra quarter day definitely involves the other pillar.
Yeah, they both work together, really. But yeah, it's really something we're gonna have to experience to make a determining factor, or a determining statement, I should say, about that. 'Cause, yeah, it's really tough to figure out. I think Marissa was saying it's even closer to just that what we see in Enoch, with the 1.2 days extra each year. She was saying something how it's really 1.2 extra that we get each year, but for science sake and the Gregorian calendar 24-hour day type stuff, they say it's 1.24, bunch of decimal point numbers. But no, it's definitely something we're trying to keep track of for sure. I don't know if you got anything to add, Sister Germaine. I know you've been observing this for quite some time, or if that's something that was even thought about.
Oh, sorry, I was in a different room. My husband said you said my name.
Oh, never mind. It was well, no, it's because we were talking about the 1.25 days each year, and how Marissa had found there's never like, or there might not be a second divider day, but it just appears that way because of the Gregorian.
Oh,
So I was
okay.
just
No
asking
worries.
what. Yeah, no worries.
Sorry.
And then I was reading the chat here. Tobacco is supposed to interfere with the nanotechnology. The nicotine is supposed to disrupt what it's doing. Yeah, I've heard that. I kind of brought that up. I don't know if we spoke about it or if it was just in chat, but our bodies, they have these receptors, and we happen to have nicotine receptors in our bodies. And that's where the nanotechnology would go. But if you have nicotine blocking it, it doesn't go in there. I've heard about that. Yeah, another plant, which is an herb that's misused by man. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways that this one naturopath, I forgot his name, was saying that you can use the organic tobacco, and it's either putting it in a foot bath or and soaking your feet in it, or actually, I don't know about this, drinking it as a tea. Yuck, I don't know how that would taste, but
interesting.
yeah, I was gonna buy a pound of it and totally forgot, so thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, let us know how it goes.
Oh, I will. And it's not cheap. It's very, very expensive. It's actually from a tribe, an Indian tribe that grows it organically. And they use it for their ceremonial purposes. And I said, well, I would be using it medicinally. And they said, oh, they wouldn't mind selling it to me. So yeah, I'll let you guys know.
Sweet. Awesome. And yeah, they were using it for like medicinal purposes and ceremonial purposes, you know, quote unquote, when they discovered America here.
Yeah, I think they used it for a lot of different things, medicinal, ceremonial, and of course to smoke.
Yeah. And then it's something that man has taken and, yeah, twisted it, misused. Yeah, definitely some fringe topics sometimes.
Hey, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Talitha? That's so pretty.
Yeah, Talitha.
Is it Talitha? I saw you over in the Zadok Revealed Messenger chat saying that you kind of want to go over it, that you're pretty new to it, and how to cite the equinox. And what else? Let's see. Just how the calendar works, how you know when the new year starts. Okay, so she hasn't taken the time to dig just yet, and she doesn't want to get overwhelmed. So what we found is that there are 2 cycles in Yah's calendar that kind of merge into one cycle. And there's a monthly count and there's a weekly count. And Jubilees is kind of going over the weekly count. And that's what holds our Sabbath and our 4th day of the creation week. It's kind of pretty awesome. I mean, I do have my visual, but it does get blurry every single time I try to use it. Let's see if I have it here. Oh wait, I might not have that visual. Oh man. I don't know where that visual went. I'm gonna have to make a new one.
Oh no.
My friend got in my car and she moved it. I have these other ones. But without having a visual right now, so we have 2 sun signs. So we have 2 cycles and we have 2 sun signs. And so we have from Jubilees equal day, equal night. Just let me know if you're there and you could hear me. Are you there? So I don't have to repeat it again.
Well, I can hear you. I don't know.
I don't know if she's there. Yeah, she's here. I just don't know if she's in the other room or whatever. Because I would definitely walk her through. I'm going to have to make another visual, though.
Yeah. No, she's Rebecca's daughter.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, she's been with us a while. Yeah, I'm not sure if
Hey,
she's
did you?
listening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you guys mention that Rebecca and her family will be at Sukkot?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, good. I've been wanting to meet them. Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah,
Praise
I
it.
guess if anyone wants to hear that again, I'll do it, but I kind of want to wait until she gets I could know that she's in the chat. So I could go over it.
Yeah.
Maybe that might buy time for me to make another visual here.
Yeah. So I
Oh,
see she's in the call, but I'm not sure if she's listening or
right. Yeah, if you could
Tracy's
give us
here.
a shout
We see
so that we
Tracy,
know. Tracy.
but we were
Is,
talking
Yes, I'm here.
Talitha.
I'm here,
oh,
Katrina.
it's Tracy. Okay. Oh, it's not Talitha. It's Tracy. That's right. Okay, great. I'm sorry. I'm getting the T's confused. Okay, cool. So I was just about to make another visual, but so when you oh, that's right. Yeah, Tracy was the one doing it, asking. Okay, cool. So what do you know so far about it? Just so I could gauge, or what calendar were you on?
Before I was just on the regular Jewish calendar that most people follow.
Okay.
You know, doing Sabbath every Saturn's Day and all that. But so I've been following you guys doing, with your guys' schedule. I'm just trying to really understand it because my mom wants to learn it too, but I have to really learn it and understand it before I could teach her.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're aware of the two sun signs, right? The equilux. Some people I want to stray away from actually calling it that. I'd rather call it what it just is. It's equal day, equal night, because I'm finding a lot of people are trying to merge equal day, equal night in the straight line shadow event, and they're merging them together. And
I
that's
guess
kind
the
of
thing
where
is, how do we know when that happens? How do we know when it is?
so well throughout all everywhere all over the world, they're going to experience the straight line shadow on the same time as everybody else. And so that's the marker for the first day of the year, which is also day 4 of the creation week. But that's kind of where we started with this, is that, okay, well, the Dead Sea Scrolls says that day 4 of the week starts day 1 of the month. So, and they say that the Sabbath is on the 4th day of the week. So that's how we know about creation week. And so we're kind of backtracking and then trying to figure out, okay, well, how did we find creation week? So, let me just write this up real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 29, 30, 31, 1. Oh, I probably should have did that in a different color, but one second. I usually have this on hand, but I lost it. Oh man, I'm gonna have to read it. Okay. So so um so the straight line shadow is where we started, and that is how when you stick a long stick in the ground or on like a steady, firm, solid, flat space, you and track it all day long, like every half hour, making sure that you get your starting sun and the ending sun, because sometimes those are like really, really important to get. And if you track that all day, every day out of the year, besides the equinoxes, it's going to have a bent line. And then on the equinox day, this sign is going to appear straight. Now, we use this, and we could use armillaries. I think Aaron Ryan uses an armillary or something like that. But if we actually had a temple, this day would light up. The temple would light up on this day. And so, since we are in exile, and we don't have a temple, it's still, a sun sign that we're supposed to use to gauge the creation week.
Are you sharing a visual right now? Because I can't see anything. So.
Oh, nope. I'm still trying to.
Okay, I was just making sure.
25. No, okay. Well, I'm going to have to redo it because I can't even get to the part that I want to get to. I should have moved over the 0. Okay. And let me know if it gets blurry. Let's see. There's my lovely, my mom's kitchen fan. Okay. So this is what we're talking about that
It's
we know
blurry.
is this. Ugh.
It seems like whenever time you move your phone, it's when it starts to get blurry.
Okay. How about if I move my pointer?
That, or if you turn your phone sideways so you could see the whole thing, so you don't have to worry about moving it. Maybe turn your phone horizontal. There you go.
I have shade here. Hold on. If I turn off this light. Okay, turn off the above light. All right, back to blurry or what?
That looks good.
Yes, that's
Perfect.
good. I can see it good.
Okay, so these are the 2 cycles. This cycle is like a 7-day week cycle. So it's going to go on 1 through 7, 1 through 7, 1 through 7, all the way to 364.
It's blurry. Try not to move it again.
It's only when you're moving, it starts to get blurry.
Yeah. Every time you move it, it gets blurry. That's why doing it horizontal and just, even I noticed when you're moving your pen, the pen will get a little blurry, but as long as, we can see everything else, keeping it horizontal, I think that will work.
How about now?
Yes.
So the top one is the weekly count. That's the counting of sevens, and you see right before the 0 on the top, that's the 364th day. Then the 0 would be 365th, because in Yah's calendar, there's 364 days in a year, but in the solar count, there's 365. So that 365th day becomes 0. And so then the counting of the weeks starts back up again. But as you can see, the cycle below it, it's going to keep that 0
It's
where
blurry
it's
again,
at.
Katrina. Sorry, it's blurry again.
No, that's okay. No worries. I'll just keep fixing it. One day I'm going to figure out how to try not to move. Okay. So do you see in the creation week, in the brackets, the 4th day of the week? You follow that down, and that's the counting of months. And that's how we have the first day the first day on the 4th day of creation week, because the sun, the moon, and stars were created on that day. And then the Dead Sea Scrolls says that the first Sabbath is on the 4th. So that's how we know that this one's, correct. And so they're both going to make the trek of 365 days around, including the 0, But this is how they're merging in together. See, so we'll end the year in the monthly counts with 26, 27, 28, skip that day, bring that 0 down, 29, 30, and then you have your intercalary day right before the 1st. You see how that lines up?
Yeah.
So there's 30 days a month, just as long as you have that visual in your head. So there's a counting of creation weeks, and then there's the counting of months. They merge together. They use the 2 sun signs. So the first sun sign that we're going to see is equal day, equal night. That's going to be day 0. That's going to end the count of the creation weeks. That's what Jubilees is talking about. And it's also going to be right before the 52nd Sabbath, which is the last Sabbath of the year. So it's going to be on the 28th of the month, and it's going to be the 52nd Sabbath. That's what the scroll says. And then a day is added. Then we get our 0.
Yeah, so the creation cycle, or the weekly, yearly cycle, that's what's holding our Sabbath day and creation week. And then the solar cycle, or the monthly, yearly cycle, that's what's holding the festivals. And they work together, beautifully as one. And they're also the 2 witnesses to his calendar.
So that's kind of like the structure. So equal day, equal night will be Jerusalem time, because it varies all over the world. So we're using where we are actually from, or where we're exiled from, because our equal day, equal night will not be the same. And then the other sign, the straight line shadow, is how we track with a pole and rocks. You could do it there's sundials that were found in Qumran that would track this. But yeah, you could just track it on a board. This year I just tracked it with a stick in the ground and rocks. And it was awesome. But yeah.
All you need is stick and rocks.
Yeah, that's all you need. You don't need a fancy or armillary. I'm even saying that right. But yeah, It's simple. And then you have your whole year mapped out. You start the count when that day happens, and it's going to go, the months are going to be 30 days per month, 30, 30, 30, and then there's going to be an extra, seasonal day of remembrance. So 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31. 364 days in a 365 day solar year. Just skip one day. That day separates 364 from day one.
Yeah, it's the
And that's
placeholder. The
it's a
placeholder.
placeholder. And we there's a couple inferences about this day in scripture, like Job kind of calls it out as his birthday, the day he was born, which is something else. And also it's, oh yeah, Jeremiah might have been born on this day too, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I have to look up which verse, but yeah, he speaks of it in the
Yeah.
same way as Job does about his
Yeah.
birthday.
Yeah.
Hey, Katrina, could you repeat what you said about Jerusalem so that I could understand? I didn't hear what you
Oh
said.
yeah, the equal day, equal night. So the two sun signs, we have the straight line shadow, which is seen all over the world, but the equal day, equal night, that's the one that we're using for the calendar. Because let me just write this up really quick. So March, it happens every March 16th.
And specifically in Israel, and that's where the sons of Zadok were tracking it from as well, the Dead Sea Scrolls community.
Right. Yeah, so that's where it is. So every year it's going to come in on March 16th. That's going to be our day 0. And then here's our creation week. Here's day 1 of creation week, which is the 17th, day 2, day 3, and boom, the 20th, day 4. And then the 23rd will be our first Sabbath. So that's how equal day, equal night works.
And you used Jerusalem because that's where the Zadoks were.
Mm-hmm.
And if everybody does it in their own area, it would be different for everybody, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Correct. And that is
So
because
that makes sense.
Yeah. And that's because of the refraction or atmospheric lensing is what it's called. And that's because of water, even in its vapor form, it will bend and magnify things. So this is why, equal day and equal night is going to be a variable depending on your location here on Earth. And that's why Jerusalem, or anywhere in between that, 30 and 35th degree parallel, anywhere in between there is actually going to be the same day, and equal night as Jerusalem. And then as the sun moves closer to the fourth portal, or what we call the equator, that's why equal day and equal night, depending on your location, can even be a day before the equinox. And then on the equinox, even at the equator, there's actually really truly no equal day and night there. It's rather strange. But yeah. but these are the two signs from the heavens that we get. Because, man cannot make it equal day and equal night, and man cannot cause the sun to rise directly due east and set directly due west. to make that straight line. So these are the signs in the heavens. And it's the very same ones the sons of Zadok were tracking. And we could tell not only by their writings, but their sundial that they used as well, which did track equal day and equal night, and then the Tekufa equinox. And then when we read through their writings, we could see they understood these two cycles that we see. And that's the solar cycle and the creation cycle. So the creation is going to be the yearly, weekly cycle. The solar cycle is the yearly, monthly cycle, as determined by the sun and the stars. That's why we see creation. It holds the Sabbath day, also day 4, these heads of months. And then the solar cycle is holding the festival days. They work together really beautifully. Like, it's really amazing, honestly.
And then if you need the scriptures, you have his article, right?
The Zadok article?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that.
Okay, great. Yeah, those are all the scriptures and the scrolls that back everything up. It's really cool because, the guesswork gets taken out, really, with scroll 4Q324D. They just have, the Sabbath is on the 4th day. It's on the 11th day. They just lay it out perfectly. It's all written out. The feasts are on this day. So there's no guesswork. It's like they just set it up for us. So good.
Yeah, and it's because, Ezekiel 44, the sons of Zadok were ordained by Yahuah himself to keep the calendar and even settle disputes about it. And, that's why so many people try to discredit the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's because, they know their legitimacy. They attempted to blow up Cave 7 to try to hide their legitimacy. All these great lengths that they go through, labeling them with the term Essene when they have nothing to do with Essenes. And, they try to discredit it because it proves Yahuwah's true calendar. And, like we were discussing earlier, there's just this allure with the moon that, people, they can't get away from using it improperly.
Well, did they get that from Babylon?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly where it came from, Babylon.
Is that why in their calendar they have Babylonian names still?
Yep, 100%. You got it. The sliver moons came from Babylon. The month names came from Babylon. Even the Sabbath day after a new moon, that came from Babylon. All of these things. Even the noondays from Rome, that came from Babylon. Because Rome originally was actually following a Babylon calendar with a floating lunar week. This is all information they try to hide from you because they want people to think, oh, Saturday's just always been the 7th day. Well, no, it hasn't. And it was actually day 1 of a lunar week that the Romans were observing. This is why it fell on Saturn's day, the Sabbath day that the Jews were following because they were following a lunar calendar at that time. Landed on Saturn's day for the Romans because they were both literally following the same calendar, just with different name days.
When do you think they adopted it? From the time of Babylon, or when the priesthood was, usurped, or?
Yeah, that's exactly when it happened. So originally it came from Babylon, but the sons of Zadok had kept the original calendar, even though the rest of Israel wanted to follow the moon. And so the priests were actually keeping the true calendar, and then the usurpation came. And that's when the Seleucid Empire, who was, again, following the same Babylonian calendar, they came in and they were like, you're going to follow our calendar or you're going to die. And, that's how Onias the third lost his life. He said, I'm not following your Babylon calendar. And so he was killed. And so that's when, the Maccabees and all them stepped in and they're like, sure, we'll do it. We'll push this calendar for you. And we'll all make a bunch of money for it too. That's exactly what happened. That's how they ended up working their way into, that Second Temple period. They straight up just ousted the sons of Zadok. They inserted their Babylonian moon calendar, which was literally the same exact ones the Greeks and the Romans were following, just, of course, different named days of the week. And literally, it's the same calendar Greece was following too. So the Seleucid Empire, the Ptolemaic Empire before Onias IV, they were all following this Babylonian calendar, and then even up until the time of Messiah. And then it wasn't until Constantine in 321 AD, he came around and inserted the calendar that we know today, where it's just this 1 through 7 constantly. There was no determining the weeks by a moon. At first, they were determining the months by the moon, but they kind of were just like, oh, we don't really do that anymore. But they still do like Easter and certain other holidays by the moon on the Gregorian calendar. And then, they asserted that onto even the usurpers of that time. And they got the Jews to worship Saturn's day, because they worshiped their star, and they called it Shabbati, but it was the star Saturn, and that's, Moloch and all that as well.
Is that where they get that cube, the black cube that they put on their head?
Exactly, 100%. 100%. And that's where they get
I
their...
read something crazy that, oh yeah, Jesus did one of those things, and he tied that black box on his wrists, and he tied it on his forehead, and I'm like, what? Nope. He probably wore a beanie too.
Yeah, right. he wore the talit with the zitzites dragging across the floor, and yeah, no. See that? And that's
well,
the
and
whole
you can
deception.
see from Scripture that the Messiah kept Passover on a different day than the religious leaders.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've asked people to show me in Scripture, because like the people who follow the moon, I say, show me in Scripture, just one Scripture where somebody's doing it or explaining how to do it. Like, you can't find it anywhere in there.
See, when I first started looking into this, when I realized that keeping the feasts or observing them were important, and I had a sister in the faith who had been doing the feast for over 30 years. And I asked her, I said, how do you guys determine what phase of the moon? I said, because I have done a search, and nowhere in scriptures does it say any phase of the moon for starting a month, the feast, or anything. And she couldn't answer. I was like, something's not right, because nothing is shown about the moon, and the moon being an indicator for those timepieces. It's not there.
Or anyone citing it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Not only that, but they changed the word. They put new moon, but it means month, not moon.
And then I got out the lexicon, and whenever it mentioned anything about citing the moon for these things. It was found in Babylon.
Yeah, all you have to do is Google Babylon calendar and the moon calendar pops up.
It is such an easy search. It was so easy. It was so easy. Anybody can find it. I don't understand why they're wanting to tenaciously hang on to that. The moon. I just don't get it.
Yeah. And it literally says this is the same calendar the Jews follow today.
I have a question.
Under the Babylon calendar. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, this might be a stupid question, but when you talk, like, what is the equinox and the equilux? Like, what is it? Because, like, that stuff's foreign to me, you know, because no, we're not taught to know those things or to learn them. So
That's why I stopped using equinox and equilux, because what they mean, it's Latin for equal light and equal night. So equilux is equal light and equinox is equal dark. So I'm like, but that's not what we're doing for the straight line. So that's
Essentially, they
why.
represent the two pillars, the one spiritual pillar that we don't get to see, but it is there, and that's equal day and equal night. And then we get to see the other pillar, that's the physical one, which is the straight line sign. But
Yeah.
it's technically not equal day, equal night, but it represents the same thing as the other pillar. But they're similar, but not the same kind of thing.
And that's what exactly. And that's why people are erring, because they're not, and that's why I'd rather use the equal day, equal night and straight line instead of the equilux versus equinox, because that's where a lot of people are screwing it up. So the equilux would be the equal day, equal night. For, like, if we want to translate it over to try to have people understand it better. And then the equinox would be referring to the straight line shadow. So the equal day, equal night is day 0, or day 365, or the day of void, or the day of separation, or just the separation of 364 and day 1. And then what was that?
The divider day.
The divider day.
Or the divider day. Any one of those.
The divider day that separates one new year to the next.
Perfect.
Right. It'd be good to find a particular phrase that we could all use that shows the concept and doesn't get all mixed up with all of this other stuff. I mean, you know, like a key word or key phrase with a consistent definition.
Rosh
I think
Hashanah, beginning of the year.
Well,
I
that
think
would
that's
work,
been
but then people confuse
co-opted
that.
already.
Yeah, I think divider day would probably just get the point across, because when you say 0 day, people are like, well, there's no 0 here. Or day at a time, they're like, well, what are you talking about? So I think
Well,
divider day is
day
pretty
before
good.
time started, right? That's just what it means.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, exactly.
verse 1 of Genesis, in the beginning, and Rosh technically means in the beginning. So, in the beginning of the year. Rosh.
Oh yeah,
Rosh head.
it is, yeah.
It also means in the beginning.
But some people will confuse that with, like, oh, they'll confuse it with something else. I know.
Yeah, no, they'll
They,
confuse it with the first day of the 7th month because that's what they do.
yeah.
And so
That as
if
well,
we're
yes.
using a term that's already in use to denote something different, all it's going to do is cause confusion.
Agreed.
Yeah. I think
Thank you.
divided it should work, yeah. And I think it's because, you know, growing up in Babylon, they've taught us to count every single day. They've taught us they didn't teach us, you know, any kind of cycles or different cycles of the calendar. It's just, you know, oh, the 31st of December and then 1st of January, that's the new year, and that's it. You know, we've been trained this whole way of confusion. So it's not confusing to us. So that when we learn the truth, that's really simple, it can get kind of confusing because we are in the confusion. I don't want to say that too much,
Well,
but
I think it gets confusing too because other people who are following the Zadok, like I'm in a group on Signal, and their Sabbath is always on Saturday, but yet they're following a Zadok calendar. It doesn't, so there's lots of confusion because everybody's following something different.
yeah. And no, that's all of us here. We're doing that too. I was originally following the Zadok calendar since 2018 with Saturday Sabbath. And it's only this last year that we learned of this. And, when we try to share with these other, fellow Zadok people, they toss us out and they dismiss what we say. And they're just like, oh, you can't change the 7-day weekly cycle. It's never ending. And it's like, well, we don't change it. It doesn't change. That's how it is. Like, there's a yearly division of the years. How is it going to be divided if it's just always every single year? It's just 1 through 7, 1 through 7, 1 through 7, 1 through 7. Like, there's no division there. So yes, the 1 through 7 cycle. It's absolutely important. That's what we follow each year. But each year it's divided up by this one day. That's how it fits on the 365-day solar cycle.
Yeah,
That's
because
what.
if we didn't have that divider day separating one new year to the next, then it would be a continual running into each other every 7 day, and how would you come up with 52 weeks at the end of the year? You have to have a divider day to divide each year.
Yeah, exactly. And where would the division be if it's always just that 1 through 7 cycle continuously?
Exactly. Then how would you come up with the 52nd Sabbath of a year? Well, where's that divider that shows you where the new year begins to get that 52 weeks or 52 Sabbaths?
Precisely.
It's so cool that the fourth day was on the equinox, and for all those years, I couldn't make any sense out of it because they translated it as a Wednesday. So although it says that it's the fourth day, they say that the equinox is not on a Wednesday every year. Come on.
Yeah.
And so the Father gave me this whole understanding of the pagan planetary week. And so it took him bringing this part of this movement into my, as it were, someone got a hold of me that understood this, and I'm just so thankful. Sister Jennifer, she got me
Ellie,
studying
how are
it.
you doing, sister? How have you been?
I'm doing better than I was last week. I got heat exhaustion, and I am recovering. So I'm doing better than I was.
Okay,
Last
good.
week I was hardly even able to function at all. So I'm really thankful for a week and being in the cool and praising the Father for his healing. And
yes.
but we have it's like he lights up different things for different people at different times, and everything he makes beautiful in his time, according to what is Ecclesiastes. So we can just keep
one of my favorites to quote when it comes to this. Yes. Everything's in his time, and not everybody's going to come to the truth at the same time. That's why we have got to plant those seeds and be patient and pray and ask God to touch their hearts. And if he opens the door for us to explain how we see it or what we believe it to be, then he'll open the door. If not, later on, he'll send somebody else in their path to do that. We just don't know.
Right.
We
Right.
just don't know. And we got to, because it's not our job to try to convince anybody. That's right. Yah's job to do that, not ours. We're just the messengers. We're just planting seeds. And when the opportunity presents itself, then okay, then we can share, and we'll be able to share. But he knows.
And I, the whole Zadok thing, it was just like, yeah, okay. Just because of the whole them mistranslating and trying to make it fit into the pagan planetary week calendar. It just didn't work. And so I'm really grateful for the Father putting this group together and then bringing me into it.
Yes, praise Yah. It is an answer to prayer from long ago. I'm just constantly in awe of his goodness.
I think the biggest thing is staying humble and teachable, because a lot of people are not. Like me, I just came to Torah 8 months ago because another believer challenged me with scriptures, and I had to humble myself and search it out, and then hearing about the Zadok calendar, because, even then, knowing that people are on the Gregorian calendar and they say the Sabbath is every Saturn's day, but yet they didn't have that calendar back then, so that doesn't make any sense,
Exactly.
That's what I say all the time. And, I've been studying the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Zadok calendar since like 2018. And that was always my question. And it's like, well,
I
it
think
never
people
said.
are scared. I think they're scared to search because, how people are just, it's like when you come out of the world, you lose all your friends and family. And then coming to Torah, you lose your Christian friends. And then going to the Zadok calendar,
It is very narrow path indeed, but praise Yah, because he said it was going to be very narrow. The way, the branches, or the Nazarene. Very narrow.
Yeah, that is true. But yeah, that was always my question. They would never have an answer as to adding the 7 days to keep a line with the equinox on a Wednesday. And we were in groups like all over the place. Even with Robert and Gina, we were in groups with them talking about these things, and they would never have a right answer. And Robert was that's the ironic thing. Robert Villa, he was like a nobody, just learning all of this stuff back then, and he really had nothing to contribute to any of the conversation. It was always just parroting Gina. Well, how's the priestly cycles fit in? I was like, I don't know. What if they don't? But as soon as we ended up discovering this, we were telling them about it, and that's when the groups broke up and everyone went their separate ways, and they're like, oh, we can't change the Saturday Sabbath. And it's like, well, Saturday was never the Sabbath to begin with, so.
Yeah, I had
Yeah.
a Christian friend, when I was looking into it, because I just want to know the truth, and she's like, well, this is just the calendar we have now. So, but I think that's just kind of a poor excuse.
Oh yeah, that's we call it the lukewarm excuse, because we hear that a lot. Oh, Messiah's going to fix the calendar when he comes back. Who cares? It's not a big deal. Well, if you want to keep the festivals on time, which are a commandment to keep, it is a pretty big deal. So if we have a meeting at work and it's at a certain time and day and we don't make it, we're not going to make it to that meeting. It's the same thing with Yahuah's festivals.
Yeah, well, you're meeting with the Father, so it's definitely important. Things that He created for us that point to the Messiah, so it is a
Yeah.
big deal.
They're always trying to say, oh, where does Messiah make a big deal about the calendar and this and that? And it's like, well, it even speaks in there that not even everything the Messiah did was written down, because there wouldn't be enough room in books to write it all down. So how do you know he didn't? And another thing is,
Well,
when you read,
we see He kept He didn't keep the same calendar they did, so that right there speaks volumes.
Yeah.
Yet that's why you wonder about those vaults in the Vatican. I think it was all written down. We just don't have access to it at the present time.
Yeah. And
Well,
you know,
what was it? 52 miles of nothing but
yeah,
volumes and volumes of artifact. Well, volumes of books that were written, but also artifacts.
yeah. No, there was this brother. We were trying to get him in the group, and he had actually been to the Vatican because he was studying under one of the what do you call them, priests or fathers or whatever the heck they're called. But he was there at the Vatican, like studying under him. And he said he went down there, and he basically had like free range of going down there because he was a student. So he was cool with the gatekeeper, I guess you could say. And so he would let him down there, and he said he saw they had like a Bible from every century for the last like 1,000 years or something. And he said each century the Bible would get smaller and smaller and smaller until what we have today. And then he also said he saw a lot of scrolls with like Paleo Hebrew, all kinds of old books, like all kinds of stuff.
Oh my.
He said he didn't spend too much time there because he got a real eerie feeling every time he went down there, but he did see a lot.
Yeah, I
Because
bet.
we were trying to get him on here to give a testimony about it, but we haven't talked to him for a while. Do you remember who that was, Katrina?
No, not at the moment. Oh, I'll have to go through my texts.
Yeah, that would be nice to hear his testimony.
Yeah, because we were talking to him, and I was like, "Yo, you're confirming everything we've been speculating in our discussion."
Well, according to the movie, what was it called again with Tom Hanks? The Da Vinci Code.
Yeah, Da Vinci Code, yeah.
Where the only way, well, there's several factors involved, but not just anybody could go down there, like you said, a scribe, or I mean, someone that was one of their students, or doing some kind of research. But you have to be able to cite what book, what chapter, and what page. And it was like, well, if you don't know what's down there, then how can you cite it? So this is just their way of keeping it under wraps, basically.
No, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Because if it's a hidden book and they don't have it out in the public, how
Yeah,
can you
how would you
cite
know what to ask for?
it? Yeah, yeah. Wow.
But the Da Vinci Code shows you this. So all that predictive programming, they're telling you, I mean, and everything, they're telling you what they're doing. They have to. Yah says that they have to tell you. And for us to decipher and to have the wisdom of Yah, asking Yah to guide us, that's the only way we're going to see these things.
Yeah. Well, I think they tell us as well because they don't want that blood guilt on their hands, but little do they know it's still on their hands because
Well, get
they're
this.
still.
And when you do call them out, what do they call us? It's conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, 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 exactly. Just like, and it's so funny, even, so that Carrie Pate, what's her freaking name? Carrie Patey, Perry,
Oh, Carrie,
yeah,
Katy
Katy Perry,
Perry.
sorry. Her going to quote unquote space, even the mass mainstream sheeple know that that was bogus and not real.
So
And
many people are waking up, praise Yah, to
yeah,
the fake moon landing.
yeah. And the whole thing, I don't know if you guys have heard, the whole Epstein file thing going on now, where all of a sudden they don't exist, where
Right.
where
Yes.
they did exist before, but now all of a sudden they don't exist.
Is
People
that a
are seeing
Mandela
it.
effect?
Yeah, yeah. And so people are seeing this happen right in front of their own eyes. And so that's how people are waking up. They see, we've been lied to about all these things. And then when you start looking deeper into it, you see, oh, look, they lied about our history. Oh, look, they lie about where we live. They lie about the Bible. They lie about all these things. And it's all to hide the truth of Yahuah, 100%.
Speaking about the fake moon landing and biblical cosmology and all that. Remember, I told you that couple friends of mine from the Adventist church that came to visit me for the whole weekend. Remember?
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
said, keep in prayer. Okay. Well, I tried to share with her, all the scriptures. I mean, the scriptures alone is enough to convince me the type of realm we live in. I don't have to have science or even true science. As long as it's in Yah's word, I'm going to believe it. I don't need science to prove it. And so I shared these things with her, and she said, Jennifer, I looked into it, and she said, we live on a ball. And so when she was there that weekend, she was showing me stuff from NASA, and I said, you can't trust NASA. It was all founded by high-ranking Freemasons. I said, you can't trust any of it. I said, I'm going to trust the word of Yah over man's word any day. And she was trying to point something else to me of what this man said about, space and all that. And I said, I don't find it in the word. I said, that's what man says. And that's not what Yah says. She was so loving about it, but I could tell she was really frustrated because she kept trying to go back to NASA. Well, I know NASA lies, and then why are you trusting in NASA? And it's confirmed that, I mean, if you catch them in lies, they're going to lie about everything. So I think she's still going to look more into it. I really do.
I pray she does.
But I am thankful though that she stopped celebrating Christmas now. The more I shared with her, she stopped celebrating not just Christmas, but I think all the holidays now. So one step at a time.
Yeah, praise yeah.
I know, isn't that
Hallelujah.
wonderful?
When you were mentioning that about NASA, that reminds me, it's the same thing they say about like the Jews and stuff too. Oh, well, we know they're liars, but look, they're right about all this stuff.
Oh, I know. I kept telling her, I
That's
said,
like
you can't believe anything they say. That's all fake.
Yeah, the Messiah rebuked them for not following the law, and we think they're going to keep Yah's calendar too, right?
What really
yeah, exactly.
frustrates so many people, they say they follow the Bible. They say they follow Yah's word, but do they really? Especially about biblical cosmology. Do you really?
Yeah,
I said, because right now you're taking man's word over Yah. And boy, that just irritates.
yeah, exactly. It really does, and that's the truth. They didn't keep the Torah, they didn't keep the laws, they do their own thing. What makes you think they're going to keep the calendar and the Sabbath day?
Oh, for sure.
Like, no, it's because they work together with Rome. They
Oh, they
have been.
do.
They have been since the Seleucid Empire, really.
Right.
Yeah, I have a sister who's going to keep the holy days with me because she knows that the Jews do a lot of things wrong. So she recognizes that too, that their calendar is probably not right either.
Well, the amazing thing that really got my friend, to look, especially even at the holidays. I said, we already know that for every truth that Yah has, Satan, of course, is going to counterfeit it to lead people astray. And I said, so if the holidays are pagan, which we can easily prove that the holidays, especially Christmas, but all of them are pagan, then what truth is it that that Yah has that Satan is so desperately trying to hide and counterfeit? I said, what truth is going to be? in opposite of these pagan holidays. And then when I told her the feast, she was, yeah. I mean, like I said, it's one step at a time, and I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful. She's also the individual that Yah impressed me with to share about, not believing in the Trinity. Because the Seventh-day Adventist Church did not start out in the beginning as Trinitarians, and they kept the Torah or the law, the Torah, but they didn't keep the feasts or his name or anything like that. So it was a little watered down. So it was basically Christianity mixed in with Torah. That's what Seventh-day Adventists are. It's Torah mixed in with Christianity. It's the mixing.
Well, exactly. And that's kind of why I liked, I don't know if you heard of Walter Weiss, but
Oh,
he's,
yeah.
so he didn't really promote the holidays or anything. He was promoting Torah and the law and things like that.
Right. Yep.
But he's still SDA. But anyways,
And I think he is still a Trinitarian, unfortunately. But there was a huge movement. I think I shared this with you a while back, Jeremy. But there was a huge movement in the Adventist Church that did so much separating, because a lot of people were like, "We've got to get back to the pioneers of what they taught and what they believed in regards to the Trinity." That's you're breaking the first commandment: "Thou shalt have no other Elohims before me," and accepting the Trinity, and that is the very root of the Catholic teaching, or of all Babylonian teachings, is this triune God. But anyways, and that was
that
the
the law's
opening.
done away with.
Yeah, it's unfortunate they went back to it, but my friend who I was just telling you about, this is how Yah started working on her heart. Was she said, there's just so much going on in the Adventist Church, and I'm starting to not even recognize it, all this stuff. And I said, well, I could tell you exactly what the problem is. And that's when I started sharing her about the Trinity doctrine. And so, and it's just been one step from there, and then there, and then, man. So keep her in prayer. Her name is Connie, and her husband, Jim.
We'll definitely pray for Connie and Jim for sure. And praying for their eyes to be opened by you.
Yes.
And yeah, I've been noticing a lot. There's a lot of people going around saying the law is done away with, or is abolished, or we don't have to follow it. And they're coming up with these excuses like, oh, Messiah only talked about 5 of them, or he mentioned 2, and things like that. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I went over the laws this morning when we started our fellowship. And
I'm glad you did, because just that tiny bit of conversation on the chat with was it Michael Pacey, in regards to the mark of the beast, and he says, well, we gotta pay more attention to the seal of Yah. And the thing is, as long as we're being obedient to his law, and see, some people say that, oh, it's just the Torah is just the first 5 books of the Bible. No, it's not. Torah is all his written instruction to us. It's all of his word. That's why I like to say the law, which is the 10 Commandment law, his moral law, and Torah, and because it's everything. It's everything. And if we are following and being obedient to those things that he tells us to do, then we're automatically going to receive the seal of Yah. Automatically, because we're in obedience.
And the 10 Commandments, they're literally just chapter headers for all
They
the laws
are.
that fall underneath.
Yeah, and people say, well, the law can't save you. No, I'm not saying it can, but it's what points out sin. It's that gauge to see where we're at.
Faith
And
without
it's
works
important.
is dead.
Yeah.
Faith without works is dead.
Oh, for sure.
Do we abolish the law by our faith? No, we uphold the law.
And because people don't understand that, that's why they don't understand Paul's letters. It goes right over their head, because they don't understand that the law has never been done away with. Neither, or any of his written instruction. It's for us to continue to follow.
And they don't understand what the new covenant actually is either. It's in the Old Testament. It
They
says
don't
the law
understand
will
it.
be written on our hearts, not done away with.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was an
praise Yah.
abolished law going to be written on our hearts.
He literally
Well, it
does. It
also
says,
says
let
that
this
it's
mind be in you,
for.
which was also oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I was just saying that it was promised to Israel and Judah, right? But yet they say we're like separate. But that's who it was promised to, which were a part of Israel. So we're grafted in.
Grafted in. Praise Yah.
And that's what it's always been about. Because we see the mixed multitude that went out from Egypt and became part of Israel.
Yes.
Because from then on, that mixed multitude became part of Israel. We don't see, well, this law is for Israel, and then, that mixed multitude, this law is for them. No, they were all together as Israel.
Yes.
That's what Paul is also reiterating. Like, hey, look, we've become grafted in to Israel.
It is so beautiful. It is so beautiful.
Yeah, really, it is. And then just like we read today, Isaiah 19, there's that whole threefold accord with Mitzrayim, or Egypt, Assyria, and Israel all together. That just shows,
Yeah, and it's
people,
also sad too, because of all the people that are blind, that's following Rome.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand.
They miss out on the deeper meaning behind all of these things and what all these things represent, like the holy days and
exactly,
like what it means to actually have a relationship with the Father and walk in righteousness. Like they confuse, there's two different types of righteousness, right?
Yes.
Righteousness that we get from the Messiah, right? And then there's righteousness according to the law, which is what we're supposed to be following. Be holy as I am holy. And they don't even know what sin is. And 8 months ago I didn't either, but
and that's
you just
why
got to be humble and
exactly.
teachable.
And that's why they don't understand Paul's letters. They don't, because every denomination, almost every religion out there teaches that the law's been done away with. That's why there's so much confusion.
Well, and you see one verse that says something about the law of Christ, and then they make a whole doctrine out of it, and now that's what they follow is the law of Christ. And it's like, well, what is the law of Christ? They can't even explain it to you. Christ preached, Torah.
He did. He did.
And he
says,
follow
I've come
me.
not to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. Not one jot or tittle will pass away.
Yep.
We're supposed to walk as he walked, and he kept the Father's instructions. So
yes, he did. He's our example in all things.
He even wore tzitzit, because we can see by the woman who touched his tzitzit and she was healed. They call it a fringe, but it's the same thing. Tzitzit, fringe.
Yep.
And the Torah is literally the foundation of everything. And the reason why we're bringing it up so much lately is because me and Katrina have been talking to so many people who, they come to us asking about the calendar, and then it gets to, oh, well, the law's done away with. We don't have to worry about that. That's all the Old Testament stuff. Don't worry about that. And it's like, whoa, no.
You see, you can't even get to the calendar until you have the firm foundation under you, and that's his law.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the foundation of all things, because that's what points out sin. It tells us who our creator is. That's part of his character.
Yeah, like that. So
well, do you think that he taught his people the law even before Mount Sinai? Like we see Abel offering a lamb.
Yeah.
Like, how did they know how to do that? I think he taught his people that stuff just because it's not written in there.
Exactly. How did Abraham know how to do all this stuff and be righteous? Noah, all of that.
He instructed them. Yeah, he instructed them.
And that's the whole thing. And we've been talking to way too many people, and that's exactly what we say. And it's like, look, if you don't have the foundational issue that the Torah is not abolished, we're supposed to absolutely follow it, then you're not going to
grab the concept. No.
Yeah.
They're not.
Yep.
There's no way.
So, the Torah is a foundational issue, 100%. The festivals are in the Torah commanded to be observed forever. We see Paul and many other examples observing the festivals outside of the land, because there's that whole recent movement of, oh, we shouldn't observe the festivals outside the land. Well, we got Paul clear as day observing them outside the land. So just one verse quashes all that. And and then you have these other people, oh, well, the law's abolished, law's done away with. Then a whole other group of people talking about how Paul's a false apostle. Don't worry about him. Toss him out. And it's just, there's all these crazy doctrines running wild.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah, it's just like scripture said in the last days, people won't listen to sound doctrine.
I thought it was so interesting, when I finally totally left the Adventist church and was looking for, because I prayed and I said, Father, where are your people? And I was looking for people that were, commemorating, keeping the feasts. And I said, Father, please show me where your people are. And so when I found out about, Parable of the Vineyard, and I thought, oh, here's someone that has gatherings with us. Okay. And boy, when I got there, my first weekend, I was only able to go for the weekend because I heard about it, kind of like at the last minute. And I went, oh boy, Hasatan's having a heyday because he knows this is part of his Yah's remnant. Boy, every wind of doctrine blowing around. I'm like, woo.
oh yeah, every wind of doctrine, even yeah. Well, we won't get into that. we all know what
Even if you put Paul aside, and just listen to what the Messiah said, he said to do and teach the commandments, and you'll be called great. So
Yeah, exactly. And we've ran into a couple people like this, and recently so I don't know if anybody here was there during Jackson Snyder's whole thing where he was kind of anti-Paul, and then he kind of disappeared after the first hour, and then there was this conversation with I think his name was Curtis, and then another brother, like a younger one.
Yes.
So that younger brother, he seemed really interested in truth, right? And like, oh wow, he seems really cool. So Katrina finds him, and we get in a group call, or not a group call, but she made a group chat, and it was me, Katrina, Sumi, and well, I don't even want to call him a brother, but he was this guy. So we get into talking. I share all the stuff about the calendar. I'm like, yeah, check it out. You seem really interested in learning. And he brought up the little season. So, of course, we brought that up. And we're like, hey, we see you were talking about that. So what are your thoughts? And oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's when he started talking about, oh, yeah, we're after Judgment Day. And, just he started going into all this, scriptures is all this allegory, it doesn't mean what it says. We're actually living after Judgment Day and this, that, and another thing. And it was like, whoa, no. So he believes in like full preterism where, scriptures is just all allegorical.
Oh, wow.
All of
That's
these things are just
unfortunate.
allegory. Yeah, that
Oh,
whole new age,
yeah.
oh, you're judged when you die and then this and that.
Oh,
And
my.
just the whole new age thing. So we're going back and forth with that. And Sumi can attest to that too, but I know she's not feeling well. But, me and her, we're going back and forth with this guy about it. And then somehow he brings up the law is abolished and done away with, so we don't have to worry about that.
Oh, man.
So now not only are we dealing with like this full preterist, like everything's all allegorical guy, but now, the law is abolished and done away with.
Okay, so let's just live in lawlessness for all eternity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And that at that point, I wanted to say, well, what's the point of even sharing the calendar with you if you just think scriptures is all allegory? Like, what's the point then? And so
Wow,
we
that's
started
pretty
going back and forth.
disappointing.
Yeah, we were sharing scriptures. I shared verses, book, line, chapter. He was dodging the questions and gaslighting, and he got very like rude and defensive. And it got to the point Sumi left the group because this guy was just like rude to her. And then, this guy wouldn't stop. It was just, message after message after message after message after message of him just barking on. And it's like, look, you guys aren't answering, or you're not answering any of our questions. You're saying the law's abolished. You're saying we're after Judgment Day. You got all this crazy theology.
Mm.
And it's like, look, before we even begin to discuss the calendar, you have to get this foundational issue absolutely correct.
Exactly. What about the older guy? Remember the older guy? Were you guys able to contact him?
I found him. I found him. I emailed him. Sent him the article, but I haven't heard back yet. But maybe I should.
Yeah, just kind of touch bases with him and say, "Hey, I'm just curious. Did you get a chance to look at it?"
I have to find him. I talk to so many people a day, I can't even keep straight with it. my messenger. My messenger, is flooded. There's never a dull moment. That's because I keep jumping on all these different posts. People, and then I'll see a post where someone will post something, and then I'll get in the comments and take a look at the comments, and then I'll private message somebody kind of like behind the scenes. Because sometimes you don't want to start another argument.
Right.
I'm not saying, but like another battle on another thread. So I've just been posting Jeremy's link a lot lately, and so yeah, that's my tactic these days.
Yeah, that's what I did with Madeline. I sent Jeremy's document and said, "Sister, when you have the time, please read this or look into this," and just praying that she will.
Well, she's definitely a tester, but I kind of feel as though she's not quite in Torah yet. She's still like Christian, say the wrong names.
Yeah, there's still a little mixing there, but I could see her heart is is seeking. And I believe, I don't know, I just sense, I just feel in my gut that she'll eventually come around.
Yeah, I would like that. She's such a good researcher.
She is, and same with Jason Jack, who's also, teaches the same thing.
Yeah.
He's, in fact, they both talk with each other. So, I didn't send it to him though. I should have, but yeah.
That's why I brought up the fig tree generation, because they're
I sent it to them too. Did they ever contact you, Jeremy?
Not that I've seen.
Sarah, do you have their email? Fig Tree Generation?
I don't know if she's still on. I don't see her. Are you?
Yeah, I don't see Sarah on anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not Sarah, Jennifer. You and Sarah sound the same. I thought it was Sarah talking. Oh my gosh, you guys sound identical.
That's so funny. Go ahead, Katrina.
No, you have the Fig Tree Generation's email?
No, I didn't send it through email. I don't have it.
Oh man.
I know. I sent it through the comments section.
Oh, I did that too. Okay.
Yeah, and I know they read the comments of people, and I just said, please prayerfully look into this, see what you think. And Jeremy could answer any questions if you want to contact him directly. or Katrina. So I'm just praying for these people, you know.
Yeah, I would love to merge in with them.
Oh, for sure. I just love the fig tree generation. They're great. They're
The
such a beautiful
calendar,
couple.
yeah, they
Uh-huh.
are. I love their humbleness.
I do too. I do too.
Yeah,
They're
and
so cute.
yeah,
Such a cute couple.
they use scriptures as their foundation, so we're on
They
like the same page
Yes, yes, for
with that
sure.
whole little
Yes.
season of deception thing.
Oh
Like,
yeah, yeah. They've definitely they have definitely embraced that, and it's beautiful to see.
and I think that's what turns a lot of people away from even looking into it, because a lot of the people out there teaching about it, they have a lot of New Age doctrine
I
or
know.
a preterist view on
Yes.
everything, and it just doesn't align with scriptures with what they say. So everyone's like, oh, that's a joke. But when you actually look into it properly through scriptures, you can see, wow,
Mm-hmm.
maybe it's not a joke.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and so that's why we did want to have like a discussion about it. And I know Miranda has a lot of those, extra biblical verses from the Apocrypha
I believe she
talking
does.
about
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
Well, I know Madeline had brought up, and I mentioned it to Miranda in one of her studies. Now I can't remember where it was at. I think it was Second Esdras chapter 13 that goes into the little season.
yeah. And then, Revelation 20 right there, that speaks about it literally right there.
Yes. Oh, Jeremy, by the way, I liked the one that you shared just recently. Um, it called it the Nazarene, but how it went into some of the history of that too. That was really good. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I like to share all these little things that I find, and I think it's important everybody, look into these things for
Right.
themselves.
I'm always at least here and there sharing what I come across. I'm trying to take a little bit of a break from social media, but every so often I get on. Um, but if I come across a really good study or video, I'm always sharing it with you guys.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that for sure. And yeah, and that's why it's important to have scriptures as your foundation. And you have to understand scriptures before you can move forward with anything else, really.
That's
So,
why that's why so many people, Jeremy, get so irritated when they say that, oh well, it's Bible and Bible only, or scriptures or extra books, but yet when it comes to certain things, they will take man's word over Yah's.
yeah,
And when you
exactly.
point it out, gosh, does it irritate them and make them angry? It's like, but you are right now placing man's word above Yah's.
And, and they don't like it when you point it out.
No, and sometimes I don't think they realize they're doing it.
And that's the thing too, is they probably don't realize they're doing it, and it's just subconsciously they're doing it. And it's because, when something literally shatters the narrative you thought you understood.
Uh-huh.
You're just
Right,
like,
about that
whoa,
old
no, no,
globe
no.
earth and moon landing.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's such a knee jerk with so many people. Well,
Yeah,
that
it
in
really
Satan's
is.
little season. I mean,
Yeah, no,
I mean,
I've learned.
I'm serious with those two subjects. When it was first brought to me, it was knee jerk for me. It was at first. I wouldn't even look into them, but
Yeah,
but Yah was so patient with me because he answered my prayer from many years ago when I first gave my heart to him and started walking with him. I said, "Show me everything. I don't care how you know crazy it might seem, and if it doesn't make sense at first." Just please continue to guide me. I don't want to be deceived. And boy, he has been so patient with me over the years and has been so faithful.
praise God. That's how I started too. Well, with biblical cosmology, I was all in. I saw it in the Bible, and I was like, that's it right there.
It
But
wasn't
with
until I saw the scriptures, though, because so many people were wanting to share. And okay, yes, the videos are good, and going with true science of science experiments. I said, but if I can't find it in the Word of Yah, I'm not going to believe it. And as soon as I came across all the scriptures, like a little over 200 of them, that was enough to convince me. I don't have to have science to convince me. If it's in Yah's word and it's consistent and there's many witnesses, you better believe I'm going to believe what he says.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. So biblical cosmology was easy for me. I was like, oh yeah, there it is. But the whole Satan's Little Season, it took me a long time or a while to even start looking into it. Because I, like everybody else, had that same knee-jerk reaction, like, no way, nuh-uh, that's
Oh yeah, I wouldn't
impossible.
even look at it. I said, then what the
Yeah,
heck are we still doing here? Doesn't make
yeah,
sense. No,
exactly.
I mean,
That was
yeah,
my thoughts too.
yep,
But then once you start actually looking into it, and you're like, hey, look, whether we are pre or post-millennial reign, we still have the same goals. We still are to follow the same law, and we still have a chance at making that second resurrection and having eternal life in the new kingdom. So before or after, it's still that same goal. It's just before millennial reign, we're waiting for Messiah's second return and to become, kings and priests in the millennial kingdom. But if we think about it like this, just reading even the community rule in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we see how strict they were, and that was to keep the purity and the set apartness of that camp, because they wanted the angels to be there in their presence to help guide them. So when we see how strict their rules are, none of us here today can probably adhere to every single one of those rules perfectly. There's no way. And it's because we were
exactly.
raised up. Yeah, we were raised up in this Babylonian system.
Mm-hmm.
So thinking of it in that terms, we're not even worthy to make the saints in the millennial reign.
Oh, for sure.
We'll be lucky. We'll be lucky to make the second resurrection.
Right.
And that's why that's what's important about Messiah. If we repent and we do our best, Yahuwah sees that, and so He will be able to blot out and cover our sins. And then
Right.
we will
And
have that chance.
Yahusha meets us where we're at when he knows we're doing the very best we can.
Yeah.
And where we're lacking, where we're seriously lacking. I mean, that's why he had to send his son. I mean, because we're not going to get it perfect. There's just no way. We're still in a fallen nature, even though we partake of his divine nature through faith, and partaking of his spirit, praise his name. But we're still erring, we're still in the sinful body.
Messiah does say, be perfect as I am perfect, though.
Right.
Like he commands it. So
Right. But perfect in love, and we can be through his spirit. We can be perfect in love. We can manifest the fruits of his spirit. And those are beautiful gifts. But sometimes we slip and fall. We do. But by faith, we accept his grace and his righteousness. And throughout those struggles of when we do make a mistake, and then we truly repent and turn away, that's all part of the walk. I'm just so thankful he's patient with us, Gosh.
Yeah. No, he was giving us the example to follow. Like,
yes,
we have to strive to do exactly what he did.
That's why, like I said, my daily prayer is, and I've said this many times, but it's so true. Father, search my heart, because I don't know my heart the way you do. Because there'll be things that come out of our heart that we didn't even realize was there. Job didn't even realize that he had deep rooted self-righteousness that he didn't even see. It took his 3 so-called friends. Here he lost his wealth, his children, But what did it take? It took these so-called friends to bring out what Job didn't even know he had in his own heart. So my prayer is, search me, O Yah, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way of everlasting.
And in Job, it even took Yahuah himself. He's like, "Who are you, Job?"
Right.
To know.
Yeah, because he's basically saying, Job, you got your self-righteousness showing here, even though he was a righteous man. But
yeah, no, and that's what it's about, you know. Like a lot of people, they think they know everything already. So when we come to them about the calendar or whatever, they're like, "Oh, you're an idiot. You're a moron. You don't know what you're talking about." Scripture doesn't say that. There's no way. And you know, maybe at first they're having that knee-jerk reaction, but maybe over time they're going to study it for themselves and be like, "Oh, maybe there was something to that." I know that's what happened to me with, you know, I was keeping Saturday Sabbath, and then I looked into this method to try and debunk it, and there was only confirmations, and I was like, "Wow."
exactly.
I was like, I
Yep.
can't deny that. So, and same thing with the little season. I was like, nope, there's no way. And then you start looking into it,
Oh man.
and you're like,
You've got spiritual and physical proof that it has already happened.
yeah, that's the whole thing. That's what swayed me,
Same here.
because I had all those questions too. Oh, when did this and that happen? And then you look in history, and all those things happened, and you're like, oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, it really takes a whole lot of humility. It really does. Because I just remember when I first heard both sides, I shot the little season down real quick. So many times, and the Saturday Sabbath so many times. And, you know, there were, Adrian was definitely there to help me see Satan's little season aspect, for sure. She was just just think about it this way. She just sat me down. It was really awesome. I thankfully recorded it all, sent it over to Jeremy. I was just have an open mind, hear her out completely. And once she started to piece it all together for him, I think it clicked. So you just and Sarah, Chase came to me about Satan's little season. We got into a big tiff about it, really big, to the point where she, stopped talking to me, and I mean it got volatile at one point. She's just just look at the videos I sent you. Look at the videos I sent. And I just was nah, I'm not even going to look at it. But I remember that. Just look at the videos. And where my mind was I was so stubborn. But that's why, now, I'm never going to not test something all the way out through.
Exactly.
Because I was wrong so many times.
Same here. Same here.
What more am I going to do to myself if I don't just test it? So I could get into a lot of damage there. So I'm just going to make sure that I test everything. And that's just the roadblock I see a lot of believers making, is that, when I tell them about the calendar, they're just just write it off. They're not going to explore into it any farther than what they already want to believe. And like, I get it because I was there, but I'm trying to bridge that gap, you know?
Just like Yahushua said, he said, if you are not like as one of these children, you will in no way see the kingdom of Yah. And how are children? They are teachable. And that way they're humble, they're teachable. And that's how we need to be, because we're not going to know it all. We're going to be in the constant process of learning and unlearning things, you know? And we've got to stay humble. We've got to stay teachable, not gullible. There's a big difference between teachable and gullible.
Right.
But
right.
we've got to be like little children, or we're just not going to see it.
Right. Like with this serpent seed doctrine stuff.
Oh,
so I was like, you know, all right, like I'm going to have to test it, you know, but it really gets destroyed by a verse in Genesis and a verse in Jubilees where it specifically says, Cain, you know, Adam knew Eve and bore a son. And then, so they can't be twins, right?
Right.
And then we see in Jubilees that the other boy was a few years later.
And the interesting thing, go ahead.
No, sorry, Cain was born like 7 years after they had left the garden.
Right. Actually, it was the 8th year when they were kicked out of the garden.
Yeah.
They spent 7 full years like of rest, and then on the 8th year was when that sin happened and they were kicked out. Interesting.
Yeah, and then outside of the garden after that, it was like 7, 8 years after. That's when Adam knew Eve.
Yeah.
Cain was born. So the whole serpent seed doctrine, where Satan had sex with Eve, and that was the sin.
And what also we reasoned out when we were I'm sorry, Jeremy, before I lose my thought, because sometimes I'll forget. We also like how Yah judges. Well, the very first time that happened, when the sons of Yah came down to the daughters of men and bore them giants, look at how he disciplined, how he punished them.
Yeah.
If that would have happened when the serpent seed doctrine says it happened, that punishment would have happened then, and it didn't.
Exactly. Right. Why did Satan not face the same punishment as all the others?
Exactly.
Yahuah doesn't show
is not
any
inconsistent.
favor.
Right.
Yeah. So he wouldn't say, "Oh, well, you got away with it, but all 200 of you, nah." No, it would be he would have been bound up with the rest of them.
Yep.
And then we also see in Enoch when he was taken and he saw that tree and he said, "Wow, the fruit does look really good." What do you think he was taught? He was, yeah.
Eve would have been punished the same way as the women back then when they did mate with the sons of Yah. But Eve wasn't disciplined that way either. There's just not consistency. Yah is a very consistent Elohim, and
that is
true.
Mm-hmm. I didn't think about that because those women got turned into sirens.
And see, Eve, he just pronounced, pain in childbirth and several other things, but nothing like the sirens.
And then what would that leave Adam? Committing some kind of homosexual act? No, I don't think so.
Right. Oh my.
And then what would leave this whole race? Right?
Right, exactly.
If she was turned into a siren, like, we would all be screwed. No, it couldn't have happened that way.
Exactly. No. Like I said, he's consistent in how he deals out his punishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that siren thing is a big aspect too. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, because Eve was not disciplined that way. Neither was Adam. So
that's very true. Very true. Yeah, there's a whole lot that will discredit things like that. And that's just another example of, test everything and have a solid foundation in His Word. So that's always my motto, test everything with prayer and fasting to Yahuwah's Word. Don't follow what I say blindly. Don't follow what anybody says blindly. Take it to the Word, test it out, and see, does it fit? There's too many, self-proclaimed teachers going around saying, this is the way, you better follow what I do. If you don't listen to how I interpret this, you're cast out, things like that. And that's not the way we should be. The way we should be is, look, we need to test everything out. And then we come together and we can reason through scriptures. And then that's how we come to these conclusions. And that's how Yahuwah has shown us so much in this group alone.
Right. To the law and to the testimony. If it speaks not according to this word, it is because there's no light in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember the first time we got together, like, we had no clue really what we were talking about. But now, we can walk it through. Like, boom, here it is.
Praise Yah.
Yeah, praise Yah. And it's because of really all the questions.
The questions and truly putting aside pride and having a humble heart and truly wanting to study, not to prove somebody wrong, even though once in a while that might come up in our hearts, but to truly, okay, I want to see how do you get to this this belief, show me your reasoning with the scriptures on why you believe the way you do on this matter or on that matter, because sometimes even though you might not agree 100% with someone, but you could definitely and the way I like to explain it is I like to glean, and other people, they say, chew the meat, spit out the bones. I call it gleaning, same thing. We can always glean a little something from each other, but we just have to be careful because sometimes people don't rightly divide the word of truth, because there's a right way and a wrong way to rightly divide the word of truth, and wrestle the scriptures to their own destruction. That's why it all actually boils down to a heart matter. It really does. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, and I was just going to say, that's what we see with Paul, that's why the whole church, they focus around, the book of Galatians, and that's about it. And that's what that brother was trying to bring up the other day. He's like, well, Paul says this and Paul says that. And I was like, no, Paul is actually speaking about the law of the Pharisees there. And then there he's actually talking about sin itself. That's what the law of sin and death is, sin itself. And he's just like, no. So I was like, okay, well, show me anywhere outside of Paul's writings that says the law is done away with and abolished. Because if you're saying Paul is saying that all that's done away with and abolished, then according to Deuteronomy 13, he would be a false prophet.
Exactly.
So are you saying Paul is a false prophet then? And he danced around that and like, no, but we follow Christ's law and this and that and another thing. And I was like, yeah, what law did he follow? He wore his seat, he followed the festivals, he observed the Torah. And he's like, yeah, but he fulfilled all that. Well, again, if we fulfill our marriage vows, our marriage is not abolished. We still proceed to keep fulfilling them.
Right.
Same thing with the speed limit. If you fulfill the speed limit, it's not abolished.
You're not under the law, right?
Yeah.
People don't understand. We're no longer under the law, but under grace. It's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
People so misconstrue that. Let me ask you something real quick, Jeremy. So with that the time before that discussion with Jackson, finding out now that he doesn't believe in Paul or believe in any of that, has he decided not to have contact with us anymore, or how did all that work out with Jackson?
Well, I don't think he's decided not to have contact, but it's just maybe I should reach out to him, but I don't know. It's he
He
has that
seems
whole
pretty
false.
firm on believing that he's a false apostle.
Yeah, and of course he has that. Oh, the sons of Zadok, they were all seen, and Amen
Yeah,
is
he's
seen.
really confused on that too. Yeah.
So
Well,
I don't know.
hopefully
I could
he's
reach out
reading
to
the
him.
huh?
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying. Hopefully he'll read uh, your document that you put together about the Zadok priests and how you shown that the Essenes were not the same group of people. I'm hoping he does read that. I mean, I did share it in the comments in one of the Zoom calls. I think you shared it too, didn't you? To let him know that you did some research on that.
Yeah, I've shared it with him a couple times for a fact, and he seems to get some kind of different interpretation about the death, burial, and resurrection as well. Like he thinks Messiah observed Passover the same day as the Pharisees somehow, and then when you ask him questions, he's like, "No, I'm not going to answer." I don't know. It just very strange. I'm thankful for the opportunity to be able to present.
Sure,
Maybe,
it's seed sown,
yeah.
whether they
I think we,
germinate and produce, we just got to pray.
yeah. I know we've gotten a couple more members here because of they watched this video of our presentation, and then they found my channel and got a hold of me, and now they're in our group.
Oh,
So,
praise Yah. Good.
and yeah, it's just spreading that seed a little bit at a time, really.
Exactly. Like I said, even though the seed has been planted, sometimes it just takes a little bit longer for it to germinate and grow. And that might just be with Jackson, who knows, or some of these others.
Yeah, exactly. And Jackson's up there in his age, so people can get stubborn and set in their ways.
I tell you, the perfect
He also had
example.
a lot of flack from his friends.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Did mention that, his friends, his own group was giving him a hard time just for allowing us to present.
Well, that's
And,
not being a true Berean.
yeah.
Yeah, they they just don't want to follow everything that.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, they
And
want to
that's from our
cherry
own,
pick everything.
from our own fellow Zadoks, supposedly.
Well, I
They got
knew.
mad.
I'm telling you, Jeremy, I knew. Once we started finding out about it, the Zadok priest and calendar, and I thought to myself, you watch, there's going to be 2 different or 3 different type of Zadok calendars. I was thinking that in the back of my head, and sure enough. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and the sad part, we've gone to them and tried to work with all of them, and they just refuse to listen. They laugh us off, or
They don't want to give up the Gregorian Saturday. It's too easy.
yeah,
That's the bottom line with all of the Zadox groups.
No, it is.
All the groups out there, they have all different intercalation methods, all different theories.
Uh-huh.
None of them lines up to scripture, mind you. Because, even with Robert Villa the other day, he came on one of my posts and he's like, show me evidence of the 0 in scripture. I showed him evidence. I gave him all the proof. Here's your 0. Here, this is like I answered him.
I think
And then
the kind of answer they're looking for is that they want the scriptures to say a literal 0. You know what I mean? It seems like when it is definitely a pointer to showing that is a divider between year to year.
it's Greek thinking and it's not Hebrew thinking.
Right.
I really like when I heard I think it was Torah to the Tribes. I forget. but there's a difference between like thinkers. Like a person could like be physical. They want like concrete, solid answers. Like, thus says Yahuah. This says this. You know, he says this. Do it this way. And then there's the Hebraic when, you know, you kind of have to dig and search and kind of let the Ruach guide you to
Exactly.
it. But
And
it's
that's
still
when Yah
there.
says,
Like the
come
proof
and
is
let
there.
us reason together.
Hmm
Why would he put that in there? Come and let us reason together. If it didn't take reasoning along with a thus saith Yah. But some things aren't quite as exact with wording, you know what I mean?
Well,
But
right. Well, that's
yeah.
the same thing with the equinox. So
Right.
there's not necessarily a word equinox, or there's not necessarily thus says Yahuah, on this day you will see a straight line. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
we don't have a temple. We would like, but there's no literally direct command. There's a lot of inferences about straight lines. In regards to the calendar, you know, Psalm 19 is a big one. And, you know, Ecclesiastes and all those scriptures that make reference to a straight line versus a curved line. But like that, it takes belief. Like it takes a belief to be able, and that's what like, so he gets that, right? He knows about, he tracks it every year for how many years, right? He does that. But this divider day, he can't get because it literally destroys his Saturday. So I went back and forth with him, and I'm trying to like help him. And I was just like, all right, I'm adding the 0 day here, but you're adding the 0 day after 7 years, and you're adding a week to the 364 day count, which breaks Jubilees, saying that there's only 52 weeks. But all of a
Right.
sudden, he's going to allow for your extra week. That's exactly like the same thing that the Jews do, that where they add a 13th month. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, so you're just going to void this out, and you're going to have all your day zeros at the end. Oh, well, it fits because this is when all the priests, you know, are consecrated, all come together to do. And I'm like, yeah, but where is this in scripture? I literally posted his video on my TikTok. And I please ask people, go in there and comment and ask him, because it's going to take a couple witnesses to prove this. Go in on my post and please comment and say, Robert, whatever you want to say. But like, I asked him, so you think it's okay to do this, but it's not okay for a 0 day? And then he wouldn't answer any of my questions. Because it would literally prove him in error, and maybe he doesn't want to see it, but you know what he ends up doing? Oh, thanks for, you know, blasting out my post. I appreciate it. Like, almost taking it as if it's a compliment, and like literally negating the fact that I pointed out there is absolutely no sources for him intercalating a week. I literally said in my video, there's no, you didn't give a reason to do this or an allowance to do this of the scrolls or scriptures, yet you're trying to make, you know, find evidence of this 0 day. I gave you the evidence of the 0 day. You deny the evidence of the 0 day. So when I come and question what you do, you just say, nothing.
Does he not believe in Jubilees or Enoch or any of the other hidden books?
He supposedly does, but you know, you see what he does with his calendar with adding the
Which you can't
authors
find
and
any. Yeah, you
citations.
can't
Yeah.
find any witnesses for that at all anywhere.
He's
Just like
going
sighting
by
of
the
the moon, you
authors.
can't find anywhere.
Yeah. So, but it's so weird. Like, he'll ask a question, expect me to answer it, say that I don't answer it. Then when I ask him a question, he completely dodges it. Won't answer it. 0%. Go look at my TikTok thread, and just
Okay.
watch your head spin.
No.
It's like,
Huh.
He's done the same to me for months, years.
Oh
You
my
know, we
God.
ask him a question and he dodges it. And he tries to
I
make
just
you look bad for
Was he
asking a
was he the
question.
same guy that was one of the people on Jackson's
yep.
Zoom?
Yes.
He was the
Yeah.
question
Yeah.
extraordinaire.
Okay, all right. I know who you're talking about now. Okay. Oh my gosh. Jeez.
The one with the pompous attitude. And you can tell
Yeah.
by his
Yeah.
questions. Yeah.
I just
Uh,
really hope people see the difference, because at least we can answer questions.
and if you can't honestly answer a question, and you can honestly say, "Hey, you know what? I don't have the answer for that question. I will. That's a good question. I'll try to get the answer for that." I mean,
Go look and
it's
see what he does. Go look and see what he does. It's unbelievable. My
even
mind
when you
is,
say something like that, when you're being honest, hey, I really don't know the answer to that question. Good question. But it doesn't throw out any of the proof that shows this calendar
well,
at
yeah,
all.
well, I mean, my question just really proves his hypocrisy. It's like
Sure.
you're so worried about this 0 day and where we put it, but you're adding 0 day weeks. You're adding a week of 0 days. You're doing like the same thing, you're just putting it somewhere else.
Right. Right. Oh my gosh.
Isn't that crazy? He's
Yes. Yes.
literally, it's the same thing, dude. And that's why I was trying to show him. It's like, you're literally doing the same thing.
Yeah. Everyone who denies, mocks, or vilifies the divider day, they're all adding days, weeks, or months.
All of them.
Uh-huh.
Logic is
Right.
insane. It's just, there's just no logic to it.
And it's just, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you're only trying to play catch up for what we are doing every single year. He says a day is added after the 52nd Sabbath of the monthly count. All right, well, let's do that. You know, Jubilees says, equal day, equal night is just the end of the calendar, and boom, it turns out to be so. Like, we have all the witnesses, and then the calendar lines up to what scroll 4Q324D.
And it was just like what I brought out earlier. When Yah says 52, right? Sabbath.
Yeah.
And then you have that day. And then if you had 52 Sabbaths, then somewhere you've got to stop count and then start again. There has to be a divider somewhere, or
Has to be.
they're just going to keep running into each other, and you're not
Otherwise,
going to
it's
have a year
perpetual.
separating another year. Yeah.
But that's what
Like,
they want. They want the perpetual.
but
They want it.
Yeah, but it's
Because
just,
they
it's,
want their Sabbath. They
I
want their
know.
Saturn. They
I
want their
know.
Saturn. This is a freaking spell that they need to stop. Like, it is a spell.
Yeah,
Ugh.
and the problem is though, because all of society, all across our realm is going by this Gregorian, everything runs on this cycle
Right,
of
so Yah's,
Hasatans. So it makes it hard to be able, and that's where people, lose some of that faith in Yah and afraid to venture off of that because of their work, because of this, because everything revolves around this Gregorian calendar, which is unfortunate. It's really.
and I know probably one person in every one of these groups sees the truth, but are
But they
too
can't.
scared to get
Yeah.
out of the comfort and the family, because they see how bad that they talk about us, right? They see, oh, don't talk, Katrina's
That's
this,
a cult.
Katrina's
That's a
that.
cult over there. They're
There's the
teaching cultish
cult.
stuff.
Katrina's insane. Katrina's this. Jeremy, I'm sure they talk about us like, oh, Yah knows. Yah knows, and Yah is going to be the one. Yah is going to be the one to fight the battles.
No,
But
he is. He is.
and I'm fine with that, because I know it, but I know that these people see the abuse that they do to us, so they don't want the abuse themselves. Because that's how I feel like these people work. Is that they're projecting, right? That everything that they seem to call me out on, they're the ones doing themselves.
Yeah,
They're
that's
the
the
ones doing.
gaslighting narcissistic attitude.
That's Robert Villa. He is the biggest gaslighting and narcissist that I've ever met in my whole life. And I'm praying for him each and every day. But that's what he's doing every single time. He'll come on my page and he'll start it up again. And then his question of the day is, "Oh, how long have you been doing this calendar?" And now I'm just like, "Oh, really, Robert? How long have you been doing the moon calendar now? A
No,
year?
no,
Same time?"
exactly. It doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter how long you're doing something, okay? Because even a lie that's been taught long enough, people will eventually think it's the truth. No, I'm sorry, it's still a lie. Just because you've been
Yeah.
doing it for a long time doesn't mean it's truth. Come on
Yeah.
now, let's reason. Let's reason this out here. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous reasoning. It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long you've
And
been
that's
doing it.
it's just making my head spin. I know that like we're not supposed to get into these kind of quarrels and arguments and stuff like that, but I also recognize that I do have to at least be the light in this dark world. So when people like him come in and ask questions, I want to be able to ask it, but then I want to also do what Messiah or answer it. But
Sure, of course.
I want to do what Messiah does and ask him questions as well. But then that's where the ball drops. And it's like, man, you can't just have a decent conversation. But you know what? The seed was dropped.
Exactly.
And someone else will come around and pick it up again.
Exactly.
And that's my hope.
Yes.
And then see the attitude and the behavior of him and how cunning he really truly is.
Oh, people will see the true fruit, whether it's good fruit or bad fruit. Oh
Yeah.
You be around the tree long enough, you're going to know whether it's good fruit or bad fruit. Definitely.
Yeah.
And he has this, appeal to scholarly authority all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
Or, the scholars say this, so it's true. And so it's like, oh, yeah, Robert? So that's how you are now?
You're actually going to believe scholars?
Okay, fine.
What?
Yeah. The backsliding on the moon, backsliding with like that Jewish thought of having the scholars have, all the credit. Yeah, it's just not okay. And I'm really, truly, because honestly, I'm devastated. It's not about me wanting to be right. It's like me having my heart ripped out of my chest because he was a brother, that I cared for, that I loved. And we discussed all these things, and, he was a really great voice when he wanted to be, but now he's just like changed. And we all change. We all grow. It's either which way we're going. So.
I'm curious. Was he at the gathering in Georgia?
No.
Katrina?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, Sean Handler was.
Sean Hadler?
Yeah, Sean Handler. I hung out.
I think Callum was there too. I saw the picture.
Yeah, no, Callum was there. Yep.
Yeah, I saw Callum was there and Sean Hadler, and then of course you, and the rest of the people did not look familiar.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Jerry, the Mazarath guy was there. Bo Alsbrook was there, but he's a Glober. Trying to think of who else. Christy. Yeah. But they're all stuck on the Zadok way. And yeah, Bo being the Glober. Oh my
Now the
goodness.
Zadok you're referring to is Gregorian Saturday, correct?
Oh yeah. So the Zadok Way, Torah is light
Yeah.
groups.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. They don't want to get off that one. Yeah, they love their
That's
Saturns.
too bad. That's too bad. Well, like I said, praise you. I'm very thankful. I'm very, very thankful. Praise Yah that we're able to get together with our little family here for Sukkot.
Oh, I
I
love
am
it.
so looking. Oh my goodness, it's going to be so awesome.
I know.
Of
That
like
tribe is
minds. Oh goodness, it's so hard to find. Praise Yah.
truly. Yeah.
I'm so looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully there's not like catastrophe after catastrophe. There's, signs in the stars and stuff like that.
Right. Y'all willing. Yes. But it's going to be amazing gathering.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks everybody for coming.
Hey, I don't want no fussing and fighting at Sukkot with each other.
I agree, brother. Yes.
Lee, are you coming?
I think so.
Yay!
Yay!
Praise Yah. Wonderful.
There's only one tent site left.
Bringing peace, I'm bringing my sword. And if it starts fussing, because every Sukkot, it's when the enemy attacks the most.
He does.
Oh,
He attacks at every feast.
Every
And that's what
year.
I had to warn Miranda about that, my daughter, when she wanted to start going with me. I said, honey, no, I need to warn you. This is when the enemy really, really attacks.
He does.
We have got go ahead.
Well, he might be attacking a lot this year.
He knows,
but not maybe with us. Not with us. Not with the Yahuah.
Oh. That's why we're going to have to play.
Yeah, if he can get in that, if he can get in those cracks and in those doors of any of our weaknesses, he can stir that.
Oh, exactly, brother.
Well,
exactly.
That's why we have to keep it like really straight, because even with the one that I was at last time, it really sucked because they let Seventh-day Adventists in, and they were the ones causing the problems.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's got to be a tight ship.
No, you definitely got to be careful who you let in, especially during the sacred feast. Seriously,
and that could be the reason why so many people have a problem with theirs. You know what I mean? Because they let
too many people in. It gets too big for one.
Right.
You got to keep it small, not real small, but not real big. I mean, y'all knows, but I'm glad I was able to experience it at Parable of the Vineyard, but there were so many things that were not done correctly that,
I just don't want to have to pull a Pincus on anybody.
A what?
Refresh my memory on Pincus.
Did I say Phineas?
Oh, Phineas.
Oh, okay. I didn't quite hear you right. Okay.
Refresh my memory.
He goes into the camp, he takes a sword and he drives it through him, and y'all makes a covenant of peace with him.
Oh, okay. Well, that's because they were doing wrong, though.
Yeah. That's right. So he caused everything to be peaceful in the camp. And I just think it should be a peaceful camp.
Yes, agreed. That's why I believe we need to have special prayer together when we all first get there, and really pray for a hedge of protection, and not allow any assaults from the enemy. Just pray those warfare prayers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Agree.
And blow those shofars.
I'm bringing mine, and I'm bringing Callan's so he can blow it as well. And then we'll all get together. We'll all blow them at the same time.
Yes. sounds wonderful.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I can't wait. Sukkot, my favorite time of year, honestly.
Yes.
So yeah, Angel, if you want to get a hold of Marissa there, she's in charge of, the tickets and all that stuff. She's our Sukkot planner. She's actually really good at it. So yeah, get a hold of Marissa. There you go. Praise Yah.
Ooh, who blew that? Was that an angel? Or was that you, Lee?
No, that was me. That was me.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I could get a couple of tones, but oh man, that sounded wonderful.
Praise ya.
Yes, yes.
Lee's gonna be our shofar sounder.
I'm going to practice alongside you, Lee, because that sounded beautiful. Praise God.
Sure. I'm going to have to get all my video equipment together and go through my camera again and find out all the settings and stuff like that. I just hadn't done it in a while, so I gotta gather all that stuff together.
Now that sound that you just blew, is that like a warfare cry of like evil angels to leave, like a battle war cry or protection or?
Do you know, have you ever heard the coronation of the king?
Is that what it was?
Oh.
Okay.
It's similar.
Okay. Because it sounded almost war type or for protection or, commanding the evil spirits to leave. But it definitely sounded like some kind of war cry of some kind. I don't know. That was pretty powerful.
Well, there's a couple that, like if the tornadoes come this way, and I've done it twice, and sure enough, they split and went the other way. But blowing the shofar at the tornadoes and telling speak to the tornado just like you speak to the storm. Yeshua spoke to the storm, and he's given us the same authority. When you speak to the storm, tell the storm, say you're permitted to come, but you're not permitted to come here. So you must go around me, because the storm is permitted to come, but it doesn't have to come on your property.
Hallelujah. Yeah.
It has to go around, and you tell that storm what to do. You have authority over it.
That's what happened to Marissa. Marissa did it a couple times.
Oh, yeah, it works.
And it happened to me. Power went down around my whole block. But there was like 4 houses on our block, mine being one of them, that the power didn't go out.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Oh, yeah, it works. People just don't realize how much authority they really have.
No, they don't.
We
don't.
A
lack of faith. It's really a lack of faith and ignorance.
Yeah, of course. And I'm still growing in that too, but my goodness.
Same here.
We've got more power than we realize. The enemy don't want us to know, or he's dead in the water.
Hey Lee, could I ask a favor? Could you blow your shofar again like that one more time?
Yeah. Let me go back in here and grab it.
Thank you.
I got I guess if you want to call them mountains, but I guess about 1,400 feet around me. I can blow it towards the mountains, and I can hear it echoing back at me. So that's pretty cool.
Beautiful.
And so do the neighbors.
Right?
Okay. I tell you what, hang on just a second. Let me get me a glass of water.
Yeah, water is definitely important for that.
Yeah. Hang on just a second.
It's important for me just speaking all day.
Oh, for
I drink
sure.
like 3-4 glasses of water, usually during our Sabbath fellowships.
Are you
Just 'cause
putting your back in your water?
Wait, what's that again?
Are you putting your salt minerals back in your water?
Yeah. I use sea salt. I use lemon. I
You know,
usually
I've tried a lot of salts, and the best one I have found is from Modern Roots. Best salt I've ever had.
I like Tasmanian salt the best.
And you always test things with water. It's kind of like honey. I don't care. Coffee. Get you a glass of water and pour your salt in your water. If it just dissolves, it's real salt. If it doesn't, if it gets cloudy, it's not real salt.
Oh.
And you can do a lot of products like that. You can get your turmeric. You can get ginger or whatever spices you got. If you light it up and it lights on fire, it's good spice. If it doesn't, it won't. It won't light up.
So if it lights up, it's good. If it doesn't,
Yes,
okay.
it's not.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. What about the rife machine? Think about that.
Yeah.
What was that, Jeremy? You cut out.
Sister Faith says, does anyone use a rife machine? And it can be great to recharge or even imprint your water. I've heard about them, but does anybody have more information about those? Or experience with
Yeah,
them?
we ordered one from a company in Australia, and it can even help clear the skies above you when it's looking pretty weird. It can help clear the skies, and even some people with what was happening in Texas, they used it and they were in a red zone, and like they were really supposed to get flooded out, and it turned blue. So all they had was light rain and a lot of flooding around, in the towns close to them, but you could see it on the radar. So I'm still learning a lot about it. Able to play Schumann's Renaissance, the frequency of the earth, and it's such a divine thing when you're looking in creation and you're seeing everything that Yahuah spoke, like what you were just saying. Our words carry so much power. He spoke and everything came to be. That's why our speech can literally cause life or death. And it is so important that, especially even for what we think, those are planting seeds, and that we're always thinking positively, thinking on the things above and not the things below. And just edifying Yah's word in our hearts and just letting that be true. But yeah, we just got it. I got with Marissa. I do believe we're going to come to Sukkot. I thought about bringing it, just so everybody could test it out. There's, a ton of frequencies, that you can play through it, even to like remineralizing your teeth. Like it's so incredible, how all of these things are attuned, because we're all living things, for things that are real, and it helps the distinction between the things that are man-made and the things that are living. It all has this beautiful frequency.
Where did you get your rife machine?
So we ordered it from a company called Sacred Knowledge. They are out of Australia. and it's a copper. It's a lot of tinted copper, but it's a huge. Well, it's a pretty good sized machine that you don't have to use electricity, but it has at the bottom of it. It sits on quartz. You can plug it in, and so like using your phone, using a CD player, anything that you can like plug in an auxiliary cord to. There's lots of adapters. You're able to play any frequency, positive ones through it, because a lot of people, a couple of years ago, my family seems to catch things before it becomes big. And we do a lot of frequency scans, where it's kind of looking at our bodies on, it's more in depth than any like blood work, anything that we've ever done. And we've been doing that for the last couple of years, but all of us usually read high for mycotoxins, which is a type of fungi and mold that can mutate into your body into so many different things. But there's a frequency for that, and it's able to drain out of your body and not allow it to hide and mutate. Because one of our sons went through Epstein-Barr, which is a man-made thing that they've created that your body can't even recognize that it's there. So there's so much at play and targeted against us. And, you know, the opposite side, they know these things. I always think of it back at like the magicians in Mitzrayim. They could do most of it until a certain point, and the distinction of Yahuah's set apartness was shown even to them. But even for the breastplate that the priesthood wore, they had a bell and a pomegranate. Bells are high frequency. Shofars are high frequency, attuned to that of the Shemayim. So it's really incredible.
Do they ship to the United States since it's located there?
Yes, we're in Georgia, so we had it shipped. It does take them almost, honestly, like a month. But yeah, we're in Georgia. They ship all over. So yeah.
What is their web address? Just sacredknowledge.com or?
They're off of Etsy. I can link it. I can put it in the box and I can link it so you'll be able to see it.
Yes, please. Thank you
so
much, Faith. Oh,
no
wonderful.
problem.
Okay.
That is really, really, really awesome. I have an IteraCare device. I don't know if it works the same way, but I know a muscle tester that really helped a lot of patients by doing these rife frequencies on them. I don't use it personally, but I want to kind of know the difference between what you have and what I have. Mine looks like a plastic piece of junk, but definitely not copper, but it's supposed
this
to
one is
quartz.
This one is pure copper, and there's actually an app that you can get from most of the Play stores. It's called, I'm trying to pull it up so I can not misquote it. Let me see.
Now, I put something in the chat. I don't know if those are good frequencies or bad frequencies, okay? So let me make that clear. See if those kind of frequencies for each problem in the body lines up with what you have.
Thanks for sharing, brother.
Yeah. All right. Because I've heard the things that.
Sorry.
Yes, there's definitely good frequencies and bad frequencies. We just got to make sure we're using the right ones.
Sure, and I've heard people that have uploaded good frequencies to YouTube, and they've taken them and changed the frequency so when it goes out to the public, it harms them and doesn't heal them.
Right.
Yeah, which is why when I bought, I didn't trust. It's so funny that you said that. I didn't trust the healing frequency from the guy that like did the heart music that had like the certain frequencies. So I did buy his CDs instead because I had a feeling. I had a feeling, and it was just a feeling, right, Jeremy? When I heard what he does, I immediately bought the CDs instead of
Yeah,
going through the yeah.
yeah, because they can change that and manipulate that with certain software and tones and send it through YouTube, and you think you're something good, but it's not. So I don't know.
Oh, good to know.
I guess
You know,
just test it. If something
yeah.
makes you uneasy, that thing off.
Right.
And no, that
But
goes
Faith,
with
you said
the.
it's been working well for you, correct? That
I
particular
For
have.
one?
this one, yeah.
Oh,
There's where you get your frequencies is very true because there's as much positive. There are definitely dark frequencies, stuff that the occult uses, and the magician. So where you source that would be very particular. The Z app, you can type in any condition that your body is currently facing, or ailment. For bone regeneration has been a really big one, from having 6 children, and mineral loss. And you can, for that, it's nothing but positive outcomes from that. And the one when you're able to is called like cloud busting or storm buster, for helping clear the things like that around you. But yeah, it's still something to be very careful with. But yeah, I've tried to do a lot of research on that, and yeah, that's like the stuff for Tartaria. Even like the what is it? The mosaics, not the mosaics, the glass panes. Apparently, the really intricate ones were made via frequency. So it's really interesting, for a lot of this stuff from the old world, well, former worlds. But even apparently the pyramids could have been formed via frequency. A lot of like everything's alive on the earth, but it's how it's used.
Yeah, precisely. And that actually goes along with, cymatics and sonoluminescence. And with what you were saying there, that video I shared in the link or in our chat here, cymatic tartaria, that one is actually going over how even, these crop circles that people find, they're made with cymatics and frequencies. And, these old buildings or windows and doors are the shape of these frequencies. And then the one above it there, the sonoluminescence, it's the same thing, but it's sound frequencies in a liquid medium like water. And that produces exactly what we see in the heavens as stars. They look exactly like stars. They get like 10,000 degrees. And it also goes with, I think it was you who brought it up, Sister Faith, but, in the beginning when Yahuah spoke everything into existence, that has to do with the cymatics, the frequencies. And, it goes really deep and it's kind of blowing my mind. But yeah, it's amazing. Truly.
Yeah, absolutely. For a kids science project, we did, I'm pretty sure a lot of parents probably here did it too. When you speak kind words, you might say a negative word over either like a piece of food or rice, or you can kind of do with, again, anything that comes from the earth, and then one that you completely ignore. And though they're all in the same, sterilized container, what grows, what literally decays, and then just what rots. There's so much that I think society and the fallen have taught us to do, that it becomes so easy. I think that's why Yahuwah hated so much when the children of Israel would complain, not ask, but complain, because those words are not bringing any good fruit. It was the opposite when Yahuwah was right there in their presence. So it couldn't mix when he's speaking all of these words to give them life, and then they're speaking complaints, which is a lack of faith, and the denial of him while he's with you.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Yeah, and there's so much that they twist and they don't want people to look into either. Like the Mazzaroth, they turn it into the Zodiac, and then they're like, oh, here you can get your horoscopes by looking at the stars, and that's not what they're made for, and it basically twists what Yahuwah has. And so when people look at the stars, they're like, oh, we're not supposed to mess with that. That's all about Zodiac horoscope stuff. And it's really not. It's about what Yahuwah wrote there. The same thing with like frequencies and sound, like cymatics, basically. There's these healing ones, and then there's the man-made ones, like 5G and Wi-Fi, TV and radio signal, all that. Those are man-made frequencies, and they're bad. That's why, there's a lot of sickness and things like that going around. It's these bad frequencies going around. And they understood a lot about that. And they blinded us to all of it because, a lot of people don't know about that. There's such thing as, cymatic healing, and even we were talking about it before. Someone uses different colored lights and it helps them to heal, things like that. There's just so much that they hide from us, and that
Right.
Yahuwah's truth, really, all of it.
Yeah. Well, that's like what you're just saying about the sickness. The trees in nature help absorb and filter so much. And that's why, in the wintertime, the trees are dormant. You're not having all the filtration from them. We are then more exposed at the time. And that's usually when there's less hours, darkness just ramps up. After their 31st day, darkness ramps up, sickness ramps up, and all of those things. But it's mostly frequencies and demonic running wild. But people, it's not like there's so many contagiousness, but it's the lack of faith, and people are just claiming these things. Oh, it's sick season. No, we don't profess that over ourselves. We walk in the restoration of the promise of Yahushua. Like, we are healed. We have the ability to speak over ourselves and speaking life over ourselves and our children, and not walking in the fear of what they can, contract or pick up, because it's most sicknesses have been mutated and created in a lab and distributed. And it seems usually for most of the things that are spread, it is not from you touching something or anything like that. It's more so a spiritual attack, and something that's able just to come in and mutate in your body until you profess it over yourself for healing.
Exactly. I don't know if you've seen that series. It's called Parasites Are Demons, or Demons Are Parasites.
Yeah.
One of those. But it shows that connection, and how some of these parasites even look like some of these demons that are described.
Yeah.
I just thought it was an interesting connection there, but it goes right along with what you're saying as well.
Right, because parasites can come, inhabit your body, change your sleep cycles, can change even your patterns and behaviors, where people who have a high load of parasites, some of the behavior, they wouldn't naturally respond like that. So it is like a host is invading your body, going throughout all of your body and able to mutate, which would be like they can create their own legions. And so, yeah. And that also, parasites are extremely interesting, that they, lay their eggs during, the darkness of the moon, and then they just like hatch out, feed and frenzy during full moon, which are, high occult days, but also on the spiritual side of that, being able to, again, professing that they can't be in your body, they can't be in your dwelling, that we sweep our houses clean, not to invite them back in. But parasites are in so many things.
Yeah, it's true. That's very true. They do it on purpose. They
Yeah.
poison the air, they poison the water. The ground ends up poisoned because of what they put in the air. They got all these processed foods made with all these, man-made synthesized ingredients. And they've just been feeding it to everybody for the past few decades.
Right. And I think that's another reason why we stopped doing like Himalayan salt. And even what you would think would be a good mineral is like, oh, if you have us to eat the flesh of the Nephilim that have, turned into these large mountains and you guys are mining it, that's just another way that they continue to make us unclean and fill us with abominable things. And so even trying to source salt, it's like, wow, we have to be diligent. And everything that we literally consume and what we bring into ourselves and into our homes.
I think sea salt would be the best natural because, back then that's where they got their salt, from the sea, things like that. So
Yeah.
I think sea salt will be the best, most natural, which that's what I use. And I used to use Himalayan pink salt as well a while ago, and I kind of stopped using that as well because I heard, not because of the whole Nephilim thing, because I've heard that as well, but because I heard they put like rocks and like just all kinds of stuff into that Himalayan pink salt as well. And I would buy the natural stuff and I would kind of notice that like they look like little rocks or pieces of sand or something in there that would not dissolve. So when I switched to sea salt, and yeah, I do that test, like you said, you let it dissolve in the water. So the salt I get, it dissolves, and there's nothing left over. There's no cloudy water, nothing like that.
Right. That's real salt. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, exactly. And then lemons, we're here in Arizona. Lemons and oranges and all that grow here pretty well. So fresh lemons are no problem to get here. So I always use like lemon and some salt in my water.
Oh, hallelujah. And that's the thing, even when we have like we have like copper pictures and things like that, saying just like hallelujah, like blessing, saying praises over our water, it just really seems to give you gladness on a cellular level where there's no darkness emanating. Your thoughts are just so much more transparent, but then you're able to see, like, with a microscope, when we say these things, how, man, the water just seems to be joyous. And then you're consuming that. And it's just like, man, hallelujah. It's so beautiful, but we can miss that, with the cares of life and getting so busy with things that we're just drinking all this dead and stagnant water that's not bringing life. So it's like Yahushua said, I am the living waters, and he is the word made flesh. So we have to continuously speak and consume the word. And so I try to speak it over water, speak it over when we give thanks for our food. We're actually then giving thanks and positive, most set apart words over our food. And so we're consuming the daily bread physically, and I also believe spiritually.
And yeah, I forgot to mention the copper aspect too is important. So, that's why in the U.S. they used to have, a copper piping system for our water. Now they turned it all into plastic. And it's because, copper helps, you get the water back to life again versus, the dead water that we have now.
Right.
And so the copper, the salts, the lemon juice, things like that, that's what helps bring it back to life. And then praying over it, that love and that energy basically from Yahuah into the water, his Ruach. And that's why I brought up before, praying over everything. Because, the air we breathe, it's bad. Food is bad. No matter what you try to do, they have done something. So even if you're growing vegetables, the stuff they spray in the air, it's going to sprinkle down into the ground, unfortunately.
Right.
So we always just got to pray over everything. And that's why, no weapon formed will prosper. So it's not saying the weapons aren't going to form, because they definitely are. Just they're not going to prosper. So it's important to take care of your temple and, eat and drink healthy. And like you said, just pray. We pray over everything. And that's what that verse in Deuteronomy is speaking about too, is, even after every meal, pray. Pray and give thanks to Yahuwah. So
Right.
yeah, very important. Very important.
Hallelujah.
Praise Yah. All praise to the Most High. It's awesome to have a fellowship like this, and we can all come together, and we're like-minded, so we can get deep into these conversations, and Yahuwah reveals a lot. Really amazing, honestly.
And it's going to be really exciting at Code around a fire. And fire is a very calming frequency. And like just to discuss that under the Shemayim and just being able to fellowship. We are so excited to be a part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, we are. We've been fellowshipping together for quite some time now, and we've become family here. And I don't think any of us have really met in person yet, so it's really going to be amazing coming together. And then yeah, we're bringing shofars, and we have a lot of people who are very talented with music and instruments. So it's going to be a good time. Praise Yahuwah. Yeah, shalom, Sister Tracy. Thank you for joining. Yeah, salt is necessary for life. It's essential to the cardiovascular system. When salt and other electrolytes get too low, cardiac arrest occurs. Get your salt in. Yeah, absolutely, Sister Sarah. And yes, whatever they tell you, do the opposite. 100%. That's it. That sums it up in one sentence.
For entertainment purposes only.
Yes, correct. For entertainment purposes only. Thank you, sister. Yeah, we've had not lately, but we've had quite a few videos flagged off of YouTube because they don't like that kind of talk. So we try to use code words and avoid trigger words, I guess you could call them. Because I was on a final strike of getting my channel removed permanently. I think that's done with now. So for a while there, I was like, ooh, really can't post too much about a lot of the stuff we're talking about. So that's why we have the section, the video section in our other group, and it's going to be all of our discussions that we've had, even the ones that were banned from YouTube or didn't make it to YouTube because of that reason. But yeah, so amazing fellowship as usual.
Hey,
And
Jeremy,
yeah,
I've
go ahead,
got some
brother.
other people on some other Telegram channels. Here in a couple weeks, they're all locking their channels down as private channels because bots are getting in there, acting like people, and a lot of people are joining, but they're not people, they're bots, and it's coming in there and disrupting certain things in Telegram, and when they talk, it's lowering voices, it's doing a lot of manipulation, so they're about to lock it up,
That's
and
what's
they're
happening
weeding
to
out who's bot.
Jeremy. Like when he
Yep,
talks, his voice lowers.
a lot of things are happening, getting and even conversation, and it sounds right, and posting this and posting that, but they're not real people. That's happening a lot with Telegram at this point, so they're going to lock it down and go private, or
Yeah,
starting to do that.
our groups, like you can't search them on Telegram. You have to have the
1,000
invite.
members. Don't you have to have 1,000 members or something to lock it out and be private?
No, I made it private. So there's an option where you can make it like searchable or non-searchable. And so
Okay,
I have it on non-searchable. Like if you look for it, you're not going to find it.
I see.
So you have to have like the invite link. And I did it for that reason.
Yeah,
You know, I've
yeah.
heard of that before, you know, a bunch of bots just coming in and joining, or,
Yep.
you know, dropping certain links to, you know, foreign websites, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, I don't want any of that. So we'll just leave it private. Invite only.
Exactly. Right. That's the safest way. Hey, Lee, did
Yeah.
you grab your shofar?
I do. I have it right here. Hang on just
Awesome.
a minute.
I would just love to hear that again.
Hang on just a second.
Praise Yah! Woo! I love it. Ah, I love it.
Hallelujah. That gave me chills.
Oh, me too. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yeah. They're weapons.
They are.
They're frequency weapons.
They are. The first time I've heard a shofar played like that in other ways, it literally gave me goosebumps, went through the core of my soul, and I said, oh, Father, I need to get one.
Yeah, get one.
Oh, I do have one.
For you. Oh, you do?
Oh, it's I prayed about it because the one I wanted was really expensive, and but I got confirmation from him, and I went ahead and got it. But I do need to practice more. I can. It's one of the longer ones.
Now, when
It's
you
the
get it,
Yemen's show. Huh? I'm sorry.
you
What?
do get it, or when you do get it, or
Oh, I
you do
have it.
have one. Okay,
Yes,
make sure
I've
you
had it
anoint
for
it with.
a couple of years.
Make sure you anoint it with oil. Pour oil all in throughout it. and anoint it.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow, I have not done
Because
that. I've done mine for.
when they clean those out, it's got dead animal stuff in it, and it's kind of stinky or whatever.
Oh, I bought the one that has that clear stuff all over it, inside and out,
Oh,
so it
okay,
doesn't
okay.
stink. That's why it was a little pricey, but I asked y'all if it was okay if I could get it because it was pretty expensive, but it could it could blow up to probably 6-7 tones. I haven't
Yes.
gotten quite that many tones yet. I've gotten 4, but I still have a lot of practicing to do. But yeah,
Yeah, there's 7 tones. Yeah.
yeah, it's one of the longer ones.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Now,
So
that was my short one. I've got a bigger one, and I can't get the high tones on that one as I can as this other smaller, skinnier one.
here, I'll blow mine. I can get the higher tones. It's just I have to really pierce my lips together pretty tight.
Mm-hmm.
But like
Yeah.
I said, I'm still needing to practice. But so that was fun to
Yeah.
try, huh?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah. The tighter you pull. Yeah, the tighter you pull your lips, the higher frequency you're going to get.
yes.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm still practicing. But wow, that sounded amazing, praise Yah.
Here's
It was just
my other one. It's got a little deeper sound.
uh-huh.
I'll do this one.
Excellent. Yeah, they say the longer the horn, the deeper the sound.
Yeah.
So I think if I remember correctly, mine is 48. The length is about 48, and they get up to my goodness, 50 something, 50, I don't know, like 58. They could get pretty long, but I could go low and high with this one. Like I said, I just definitely need to practice more because
Well,
this
I will
could
show
get
you a trick. Bring a Dremel with you.
Bring what?
A Dremel.
Okay.
Because the holes in them, when you get them, I bored out my holes. Okay. If you don't bore the holes out right, you're not going to get your tones.
Actually, the way this one is a really good one because the mouthpiece, the way they bore the hole, it's shaped like a funnel, like you would see on a trumpet.
I had to cut my mouth tips off. I sawed them off so I could get a bigger hole. And if you don't shape it like the mouth of a lip, which I did with my Dremel, so it's in the shape of a mouth, like a mouth. And if you don't bore the hole out enough, but if you go too deep, you've ruined the whole shofar. So.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But anyway.
Huh. Okay. All right. Thank you, Lee.
Hey, you're welcome.
I'm gonna do it one more. Hang on. Like I said, I'm still practicing.
No, that was great, sister. Praise Yahuah.
That was better than I could do. That was fabulous.
Praise Yah.
Oh,
Thank you. Sometimes I can add the little bit of vibrato to it. Let me see if I can. Forget it. My lips aren't wanting to cooperate.
Oh, well, it sounded great to me.
Thank you.
Praise Yah.
Yes, he's so wonderful.
Well, we've been at it another 8 hours here.